Yes. There it is. Oh, it looks like everything's working. Okay, cool. Easy. I like easy. So for anybody who's here or not, or watching the VOD if I decide to upload it, this is a test of all this nice stuff you see here. Wow. And what I mean is there's a bunch of the crap on the screen has been overlaid like really heavily with filters and stuff so that it matches the interior of my space Vessel. And I decided since I am going to be farming for the money, I might as well do it like this because I can kill two birds with one stone. And who needs birds? Am I right? Anyway, moving right along. We are on our first run of our 4,000 billion run thing that I've gotten myself into. And we're without wasting any more time, I'm turning on music because I don't care. I need to stay awake. Here we go. We got retro wave, and if I feel the desire for additional retro wave at any point in time, I shall add it. I have everything that I need already set up, and hopefully I can still be heard. I'm checking all of my volume levels and everything. I appear to be doing well. The stream says that it's going live. Let's take a look at our statistics. Presently, we have an average time to render frame 3.2 seconds. That means that anything happening is going to be 3 seconds behind for you. And if you respond, I'll see it in chat, probably on the API faster than I'll see it on the screen, but whatever. So the loopback is between 3 and 6. Additionally, I'm looking at, oh, I got lots of stuff here. I got 1 gigabyte of memory usage so far. So far, the dropped frames on the network is 0 total data output and bitrate. And if it sounds like I'm saying this for no reason, it's actually so I can review it later, because this is a testing stream. So we're at 6,000 kbps, and the total data output right now is 276, now 278 megabytes. And our current recording status is inactive. We have 46 simultaneously operating overlays, and we're running a game in Ultra at unlocked FPS. Currently running everything on an ROG Strix laptop of the 2021's latest, 2022's first series. So that's the 3060 mobile. And we just had a sub prior to the stream, which I gifted, because that's how it goes. So thanks for accepting the gift. If Bunny Arena is still there, she dropped in while I was doing tests. But now we have the actual live test, so whatever. It's time to be space truckers, yeah. Okay, so as far as I know, as you can see in the lower left-hand corner, we have one run. We have done this one time, and we made 8 million. My current goal is to make like 150 question mark. We'll see. We shall see. Prepare. Starport services. Go. And the neat thing about this is it is running in a windowed mode, so if necessary, up there at the top, I've got my my space YouTubes, and I've got my space chat, and I've got my space self. For space. Yeah, I'm in space. Space. And what better way to enjoy space with than with Synthwave? Am I right? Let's go. Hey, I just see a chat message pop in from Robo. Hey, Robo, how are you? How's the and hi, and I hope you sleep well. This is just a test, by the way, so don't feel obligated to support. It's not like we're not streaming. As you can see in my title, we are virtual job for no money versus real job for money, because I didn't sleep and my head hurts and my hand hurts and I can't draw, and I'm just basically, this is all I can do. So we're vegging. Okay. So we've got refueled. We're currently at Thomas Orbital. Thank you for joining us at Thomas Orbital. We're going to be filling up our cargo hold with beautiful silver supplies, taking it to ray tracing. No, Ray Depot? Ray. Silver is at a record low at this part of the cosmos. We're picking him up and we're putting him down. And we're paying for more 791,000 credits for a full tank. Cargo held at maximum capacity. Right. So I think we're good. Get out. Time for lunch. Anyway, have a good sleep, man. Because robots need rest too. It's not necessarily the same kind of rest, but it's physical. Being at rest is sometimes necessary to avoid fatigue on one's parts. Part fatigue. By the way, if you do have any questions, assuming that you're still here, if you do have any questions about the overlays or anything, because I do know that you stream a little more seriously than I do, feel free to ping me in the DMs. DMs are always open for buddies and pals. Navigation. Let's see if we can get the silver out of here without getting shot. TF down. Hello, game. Hello. Game. Real. Diaguandri. The beautiful Diaguandri systems. Oh, yes. Looks like we're good. And we are out of auto, so basically, we're driving trucks, man. We're driving trucks. It's a Mesophotopoulos. How you doing, Mephisto? It's good to see you. You come in time for a test. I'm doing a test right now. It's not a real stream, so don't feel obligated. And welcome to chat. Basically what I'm doing is all this crap on the screen, I'm trying to test it. I'm basically trying to see how much stuff this laptop can handle. Because one of my streamers uses it the same thing. And so if I can't crash it, hers is better than mine. So hers will be fine. But I do have the holograms. I got the holography. It almost looks like it's part of the game. Oh, no, I wouldn't go that far. Anyway, let's prepare to jump. I got to make some money. I estimate in about 18 runs, we will have the requisite 150 million credits for me to buy the Anaconda, because the Anaconda don't want none unless you got the mun, hun. And that's also at Diaguandri. So basically what we're going to see is the epic excitement of going back and forth through space. Bow, 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 with retro wave background music. It's if you like the retro wave background music, you're going to fit right in, I'm just saying. Welcome to hop number 1 of the 2-hop. Maybe we'll change the music if anybody suggests anything. You guys can suggest stuff. My only thought about music today, because I don't care about this stream, is that if I do decide to record parts of this just for my own memory, I'll probably have to cut out anything that if the YouTube's is like, you can't do that, Switch Cat, that's bad, you a bad cat. I'm like, what are you losing, man? I'm not even monetized. What are you losing? Put my stuff up there. People are going to look at it, and you can throw ads at them, and they can go and find real channels, and those guys can make money, and everybody wins. Literally everybody wins. Beautiful. We made it to the beautiful Diaguandri system. Gonna be super, whatever it is, cruising over to yonder spice station. Drop off the first load of the evening. I've got to drop my load, man. Meanwhile, while this happens, literally nothing else will happen. My ship will fly itself to the space station because super exciting space action. Let's see if I can find anything else on the music Motron over here, though. I want some synthwave. I'm feeling the synthwave vibe today. So, let's see synthwave music for you and me. Ascent Arcade. That one looks cool. Let's go with that. And you can see it on my screen up top. There we go. I've integrated into my ship's systems. Very expensive. It's kind of a slow starter, though. Still stable. Checking the stats right now, we have currently had 294 dropped frames over a total of 500,000. Pretty small percentage, very good. And the total data output is now at 639. Very nice. We've managed to get the at the FPS of 60, we've managed to get it over 3 or under 3 seconds turnaround. That's pretty good. That means that when I speak, you're hearing it only about 3 seconds after reality. So for anybody curious, that's usually the lag that you get when you put something in chat and the streamer ignores you for 3 or 4 seconds. That is what that is. We've still got about 2.069 seconds before we're able to drop out of Super Cruise. Then we can make our exit and sell off all our crap. And I'll add a run to the run counter, because why not? I really would like to get the vibes though, because I'm not finding the music that I want. It's pain. I don't have it saved. Ray Gateway is the way. It's the gateway. It's the reggae. The reggae music gateway. Yay. Fresh J to disengage Super Cruise. Welcome to beautiful Ray Gateway. We're going to get within 7.5 kilometers and then we're going to initiate. Okay, thank you very much. I am moving close. And we're at 5, then we're going to transfer over. Let's get some request docking happening here. Copy that, Ray Gateway. Automated approach initiated, docking bay 5. So as soon as we get there, we're going to drop off all the silver. These guys are buying it for like 500% what I bought it for. So we're going to turn that 0.7 million into 8 million in one shot, and then we're going to rotate out and repeat until we're rich. Riches and glory the boring way. Why put yourself at risk when you don't have to? That's, you know, because it's like, why? What's the actual point of that? Chilling out in space, doing a thing in space, eating my space Doritos, yeah, that are muted. Although space Doritos are in fact amazing. Watch the crumbs. 0G crumbs, not good. Very, very no G. Bound, down. Got him. Oh yeah, sing it when it comes to Hamnida. It is time to drop my silver in your receptacle. Let's see what we got. Metals. Silva. 8.6. Right. I'm a happy cat. We made 8.6 on that, so we just turned our 25 into 42. Or was it more than that? I don't remember. 29? Something like that? Okay, so unfortunately, Wolf doesn't actually buy anything from this part of the system. Just kind of a waste, but whatever. I don't have any weapons or anything on the ship. What I do want to see that I can do is if I store my weapons See what else I can do to reduce the amount of weight that I'm carrying so that I can jump further when I'm laden. That's kind of an issue. If I can reduce that 2 jumps to 1 jump, I mean, time will be saved, I guess, you know. It is a commodity that we cannot get back yet, despite relativity and all that. Okay. Hard points. I got your hard points right now. I have 3 large hard points. Okay, so if I store these, this is me thinking to myself because there's no one here. Transfer. I mean, let's see. Okay, already, if I remove this pulse laser with a smaller pulse laser, I gain. I don't gain a lot. It's not really worth it. But being totally unarmed, like, for example, these 2 things are not actually useful for combat anyway, so it's like, eh. Let's store it. I was using these for mining earlier. Boop. Followed by an additional boop. Boop. Store. Excellent. Alright, so we were able to, by storing those things, get a sliver more. Still not enough, though. I think that the difference between the stations is 20. We shall see. I keep losing my train of thought because I'm completely without energy in my mind. My brain cells are off. Brain cells out. Deactivate. Okay. Done. Exit done. Got fuel? Yes. Auto launch go. Set the galactic coordinates. I wish I could set a loop in this. If you can, I don't know how. Basically. And while the ship auto takes off, I can auto set my. Okay, got that. I'm checking my streaming stats now, and I'm checking my computer's output stats. Pretty happy with what I'm seeing, TBH. And there's nothing saying that it couldn't do this, but I do find that streaming in any way, shape, or form is automatically a greater load on the system. So last but not least, we're going to tab out for a change to the number because this will be our second run. So that run number 2. Okay. Yeah, scan this. Heading off to Wolf, let's go. We are out of the mass lock and ready for prime shift drive charging. We've also got to try the BRB thing. The I'll be your RB. Man, I can't wake up. It's a big problem. Engage! So the ship will fly itself to the star, and then we will tell the ship to fly itself to the space station, and we will tell the ship to land itself. And then we will collect the money. Because I want that Anaconda. Anaconda does not want me. Therein lies the problem. Alright, throttle up, get out of the star's gravitational field. Set super cruise to Tomas Orbiter. Go. Up at the bam bam. I don't know if you can hear that. That sounds pretty good, actually. I think I'll go with that music for a bit. Actually, I think that sounds good. I'm gonna raise it up. There we go. Are you okay? No, I am not. Why am I doing this? Electric. Now, the only thing that can really happen during these longer drops is an interdiction, which is why I'm not fully tabbed out right now, even though normally I do tab out and do other things. Because if I'm interdicted on the way to Thomas, I'm okay. But it is still inconvenient. If I'm interdicted on the way back to Ray, then that could be a problem because they will engage in combat. And I don't want that. I want to be safe and joyous. Let's have a look at what we've got here in the main system. So, status. Down. Okay, see, right now we're at 42. That's enough to buy something really nice, but we're not going to just stop there because we have got a trade route. We have got a game-breaking trade route. We're going to take advantage of it before it changes. That's life, and then I'm going to bed. Wonder what else we've got on MusicTube. Electric. That's some weird improv. We don't have any live. Let's do this one. I'm going to do this. This is a more classic one. Go. Please rate your ads experience on YouTube recently. No. That worked. Twitch, you can learn a few things. This thing looks like it's this video looks like it's absolutely full of ads though. So I don't know if this is gonna work. I like this genre though, especially when I'm just like vibing out. But I don't like, you know, billions of ads. I don't think anybody does really, but ads are what make things work. So I guess it's something that we all just sort of tolerate. But as far as like my channels are it's all turned off because I don't use them for anything. So it's kind of silly to make it to where the times that I am on are polluted with ad nonsense. It's like, hey, you know what's really cool? You know what's really cool? This, it slices and dices and it has nothing to do with the stream you're watching. Hey. Right on. This is me giving a thumbs up. You can't see it, but it's there. Slowly, gradually. I guess I could do that in like the SpongeBob voice. No, I can't because I arrived. Never mind. Welcome to Thomas Orbital. I'll commence docking shortly. Stand by. Boop. All right, good stuff. Request docking. Copy that, Thomas Orbital, travelling to docking bay 33. That's free with an F, bruv. Okay. I'm dying here, look. I'm dying. This is not working. The music is too slow. I need... Okay. Hang on. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be like a stream going on. There it is. That's the one. Good. Yes, it's working. It's a bit loud. There. I'm listening. I can actually hear myself on my monitor, but it's very low. But it keeps me from being able to hear accurately what's going on. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. How did we get out of auto dock? Let's stop. Let's stop moving. Wow. I'm probably gonna fine for that. That's what happens when you tab out. So I'm probably going to lose a bit of money, but that's what happens when you go into the back room when you should be paying attention. I'm checking all my stuff. Actually, we can check the status right now. It's like my big expensive ship just got blown up. Hang on. Actually, you know, it doesn't look that bad. Nothing's offline. I got some... Looks like everything's health is still 100. I'm gonna get in trouble when I land. Not great. This is what happens when you don't sleep and you fly a very expensive spacecraft. Good. Checking. And if I'm being quiet, it's because I'm trying to listen to this other thing that's coming on. I don't have it on stream, so you can't hear it. But it is part of the test. Welcome to the station, Commander. What do I got? How much? What's the damage? Oh, only 50,000. Right. I'm just glad my ship didn't get destroyed, to be honest. This game is merciless. It's like, oh, you blew up a ship? That's pretty sad. Start over. Dude, what is this stream? This audio stream is not doing it for me, man. And maybe I'm just like in a grumpy mood because I haven't slept, but it's like, no. Big no. Bye. Alright, cargo hold at maximum. Yeah. Time to launch and then fly straight the other way. Bum, 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 I want to listen to that. You know that one guy who did that that Bard, what is that called? Bard wave or whatever. I want to watch a documentary. I'm going to watch the documentary while I'm doing this. But first I need to set my course and make sure my ship doesn't explode. Yes, blowing up your vessel is not good business, Swage Cat. Diego Andre. Wait. Is that, can I go? It's 18.26 light years. I guess we could try it. I really want to get that in one jump if I can. Auto launch complete. I believe I lost $50,000 literally running my ship into the space station because I was busy looking at the music. But actually, no, I think saying that I can't believe it would be inaccurate. Okay. It exceeds my drive fuel limit. Peh. Okay, well then. I suppose we're going to have to map it the traditional way, with 2 jumps instead of 1. Thank you. And we're ready. Come on. There we go. Jump. Stay on the thing. I think I need to adjust the dead zone also. Okay, while we're waiting for the computer to play the game for me, moving on to the next part, we've got currently at 693 dropped frames as of this current time, which is what? What are we at? We've got a 33 minutes of time, and we've dropped 693 frames of a total of 120,000, so that's not bad. CPU usage on the system is currently only 5%. We're maintaining a solid 60, and we are still under the 3-second streamer delay. So that's pretty good, because I think the average is like 4.4. I'm happy. The beautiful Diego Andre. How it smells in the night. Preparing for your lounge. LFG. Come on. Come on. You can do this. You know you've got it. 3, 2, 1. Engage. Unfortunately, I have to remain vigilant with the full cargo load because if I do lose this, I lose the entire cargo. An empty ship, you can actually just rebuy. I know that sounds like I'm making it like too big, too small of a thing, but I've got insurance on this ship. So if it does go kaplowy or if somebody stomps a mud hole into me, I can just buy another one for $2 million, which is worth the risk considering. Super Cruise Assist activated. Bam, bam. Oh, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is not doing it for me. Let's get something a little bit more peppy. After the ad, of course. Next. $1980X. We are space cowboys. You're going to be out there in space and you take your truck out there. You want to be able to carry your cargo to the other side real easy. Like you go down there to the place and drop off the cargo. And then you turn around and then you do it again. 2 runs of 20. Only 10 times more. Not 10 more. 10 times more. Not a whole lot going on, really. I see these vessels. They look like they might be in a combat situation. You can see dead ahead we have 2 points of light that are just moving around very erratically. A lot of times that means a space battle. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Interdiction. Good grief, man. We're gonna full throttle this. My ship is very sturdy. I think that we'll be fine. Jump! We're taking a little bit of damage on the lower left quarter and the rear quarter there. You couldn't even get through the first layer of my shields. Get wrecked! There's no point in trying to fight them. I've got no weapons. Alright, we were able to get away from them, but of course at the cost of my Super Cruise. So let's put it back. There we go. Seriously, guys. Yeah, sorry, dude. Said it's just not happening, alright? Yeah, attack this. Jumping. You're not gonna get me, man. I'm on a dead run, and I got full shields. Back jumped again, so we got interdicted twice this run. These guys are starting to figure out my route. Super Cruise activated. Anyway, they'll probably be able to get me maybe one more time before I'm too close. And then it's all she wrote, man. But as you can see, this is the nature of the thing. This guy's going to interdict me again. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Bow, now, 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 now. It's not going to work, guys. You're not going to be able to do it. Getting into... Oh, there's the interdiction. Staying in the vector. I think I can resist this one. He's missed a bunch of times. And we're almost out. The chip could do with a little bit better maneuverability. IMA. And we're out. But we're also off vector, so we've got to go back. These guys are getting to be a real hassle, I swear. And aligned. Okay, so we've evaded one interdiction and we've evaded 2 attacks. So this has been an eventful run. So run 3. I'm getting that money though. Forget about it. Super Cruise assist disabled. We're dropping into the station's safe zone now. We're not going to waste any time with that. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Request docking. There we go. We made it. That ends run 3. I have handed over control. Meanwhile, while that's happening, I'm going to get a drink because I thirst. And there's anybody going to mess with me while I'm in auto dock. So, one moment. I will deactivate the avatar. Avatar hologram, deactivate. And I'm still here. It's just off. So that I might drink in peace instead of making a silly face. I got space soda. You know. Oh yeah. Oh. That hits the spot. Where's my thing at? Okay, I'm back. Space hologram activated. Space cat engaged. Bow, 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 bow. There goes to type 6. Nothing like stopping your real job to do a fake one. Giving up on that real money for the opportunity to make some not real money, you know? Can we go? Can we go, please? Can we go? Can we go? Can we fuel? Can we get fuel, please? Can we get fuel, please? Please, please, please. What is happening? Okay, here we go. Bow, bow, now, bow, bow. Bow, bow, now, bow, 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 bow. Check the mission board to see if there's anybody going to Wolf. Not usually a thing, but it's worth considering. And I'm rigged for transport, so that's what we gonna do. Illegal. Transport. Bop. Expansion data, Balante Ross. I got a lot of courier, but see how little see this meager amount that they give you, it's hardly worth it. It's hardly worth going out of your way for. But I can double dip if they're going to the same place. Commodities. There we go to sell our commodities. Yes, it is Elite. Hey, Brush. First time in chat. Wow. I'm not actually playing this, though. I'm just basically going back and forth. Yes, I do. I play Elite Dangerous, sort of. I kind of half-ass it. I just do shipping and collect monies. Because fake job greater than real job. Right now, I'm selling silver. And as you can see, have a look. This is the real shit here. Boom. I just paid $700,000 for that haul and sold it off for $9 million. That's kind of broken. And so I'm going to do it until I've got enough for the Anaconda. The Anaconda don't want none unless you got the mun, hun. Well, right now I'm flying a Python. And I think this particular station, the Anaconda, is discounted. That's right. They yield their big Anaconda at a premium. So we have shipyard. Oh, the Orca is a beautiful vessel. And for those who might be the one person that's watching, here's the Orca by Saab Kruger. The Orca is a high-end passenger ship manufactured by Saab Kruger, the market leader in civilian transport vessels. Able to haul cargo, able to get the job done in deep space, and you can stomp a mud hole into an enemy with its 4 hard points. This is what I'm flying right now. The Python, which is your go-to for just normal stuff, and I managed to swap out my Asp Explorer because I got tired of exploring that Asp. This is the goal for Transpo, but this is what I'm aiming for right now. And as you can see at this star station, I can get the 124 million, the 15% discount due to the overall thing. Hang on, the music has become very high-pitched for my cat ears. Come on. No, the 80s. Yes. Because this is the 80s, the Anaconda down with the ladies. Okay. Now, I've sold off all my stuff, and now it's time to get back out there for some space trucking. But yes, basically this stream is just me testing stuff. And so each time that I do this, I make a mark on the run list. So this run is number 3, so we add a 3 to that list. And then we do a quick rundown of our status on the system. So right now we've only dropped 924 frames overall in the currently 46 minutes of runtime. We're able to keep the average time to render frame under 3 seconds at a full 60 FPS full screen at 1080. Pretty happy with that, consider this is a laptop. Prepare to plot course. So this is an asymmetrical route, meaning that I can get to my destination empty in one jump, but it takes 2 to get back. Bowie. Goal. Yeah, well, I mean that's a pretty good way to go. Believe it or not, my doing this is not even for me. It's because the specifications on this laptop are 1 generation behind the one that my other streamer is working, and I set up all these different semi-transparent and 3D transformed frames so that I could see if I could crash it, and if I can't, then I know it is a stable setup. And then we transfer that information over to OBS 28 when she gets around to it. Prepare for jump. So thank you very much. I will have safe trip. But now it's time for the basic excitement of where ship fly itself to the destination. And I'll use my bad watching the computer play itself skills. Let's go. The beautiful cosmos. It is spread out in front of you. Millions of light years. Yeah, basically. That's all I do. That's why I didn't put this into the elite dangerous category, because it's not really I'm not really streaming the game so much as I'm using the game to stream a test. If that makes sense. And I'll go until I'm done, and then when I'm done, I'll stop. Super Cruise activated. I used to stream. I was once like you. Though I took an arrow to the knee. Yeah, that's all I do. I do all of the setups for various streams and all that kind of stuff. Try to keep up to date with all of the Twitch things, and then make sure that everything is running. And it requires me to have a channel, have a functional channel at affiliate level at least, in order for me to test everything. So I have to stream in order to know how to stream so that I can support streamers. I think I'm the one example of a person that was a streamer first and then quit streaming to be a moderator, versus the opposite being the normal case, where most people start off and eventually become moderators, and then as a moderator they become exposed to streaming and become streamers. I gotta hydrate. I forgot that I had those on. I think it's just the defaults anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. Like, most of the joke that I told Zavi and Rena is, it's like there aren't any VTuber fans really. It's just VTubers and people that will become VTubers. Mephisto, getting some Genshin time, man. Hi. I heard I haven't messed with it since Japantown update. Now we got Egypt Town update. Now we got ads up on my space YouTube. I'll skip space ads, thank you. Done. I mean, I forget what the names of the places are. They have Europe Town and Chinatown and Japantown, and now they have Egypt Town. I like the character designs though. As a person who doodles from time to time, I have an appreciation for the way Genshin characters look. They do good work. Very gacha, but you know, most gacha games have amazing designs. That's the whole point. I did play Tower Fantasy a little bit, but I really need to catch up on that. And like I said, most of my gaming is a lot like this, where I can do work while the game plays itself. Genshin, despite being a gacha, Genshin is still a game that has to be played. Yes, the Wheel of Fortune. It's like that, but I mean, that's just the nature of the gacha games. You know, it's like a claw machine, kind of. Because gacha from the olden days were those, those toy dispensers that had little eggs that would come out. That's gacha in the real land of the Japan. So you would used to see the kids out there with their 100 and 500 yen coins. Well, I mean that's literally where the word comes from. But there's like rows and rows of these little machines, and kids would just be dumping their money into them and getting these little eggs, and then they have like special receptacles that they could drop the eggs in when they're done. They even have a receptacle at one of these places that I thought was pretty funny, where they would place the toys that they didn't want. They just leave them. I was like, wow, that's you've got it bad when you get the prize and it's not the one you want, so you just discard it. It's like, yeah, I didn't want that. Approval granted. I'm going to landing pad 20. I'm going to have a nice day up at Thomas Orbital. Okay. Thomas Orbital is a metal processing plant. I did. Are we at 4 yet? Is this the 4th run? Oh, well, forget it. We're basically going until we have 120. Yeah, well, DBZ, you probably wouldn't be surprised to know that that's still like the biggest thing. I think DBZ and Demon Hunter and what's the one? I make fun of it because I call it like Bleach 2.0. It's the one with the guy and he's got like the demon in him, and he's got the instructor that's got a blindfold on, and it's totally, I'm drawing a blank. But it's like, mix Bleach and Naruto, and you've got a better anime than both of them. Off the chain, Lel. I don't have very many figures because the space here is very limited. But I do have a full collection of Switch games because I'm Switch Cat appropriately. Let's get some fuel in this beat. Welcome to Thomas Orbital, your source for cheap silver, apparently. I do have Splatoon 3, but it's actually in my apartment in Tokyo, not here in Korea. I had one of my employees pick it up. I buy the physical copies of everything. Okay. Cargo held at maximum capacity. All right. Time for launch. Let's go. It's just that simple. It just works. I'm departing safely from the station, thank you. Oh, all the DBC stuff from the '90s is cool. I have a bunch of the like Club Nintendo stuff from the '90s, like the original like Famicom stuff. It's a big mood. Yeah, I mean, like little known fact. I talk about myself for a sec. I'm gonna pull a savvy. The way that I got into media and content creation initially was that I was actually a supporter of the Game Preservation Society for a long time, and I acted as a rare item hunter in Japan and Korea and Hong Kong, and was recovering old '90s gear for collectors such as and including the world famous video game nerd. Back then was the Nintendo nerd, and then Pat the NES punk and Metal Jesus and Adam Korlick, and some of their stuff is actually featured on their channels and in their collections where they've been like, "Oh, you give me that thing out there," and I'll go and get it. Kelsey Lewin has some of my stuff. She's still looking for that one. I think it's a Sega Saturn thing, but it's super rare. What is that? What is that? It's it's an item called Mama Mite, and it's like a Wonder Swan connected pregnancy monitor or something. It's something crazy. Oh yeah, I mean that was back when the technology had never been done before, and so people were doing things all like completely like wonky, bizarre ways. It was like, hey, look, like for example, there's a piece of dental equipment now that we were able to capture that uses the what was it? The Atari Jaguar case. So it's literally a real piece of dental equipment, but they bought the licensing rights for the productions of the Jaguar's case. So it looks like an Atari Jaguar, even though it's a piece of dental equipment. Yeah, I've actually got one. The memory units inside the what do you call them? The It's the little memory units that are I think they're called uh, like graphical memory units or something. That's the Dreamcast memory cores, and they look like little Game Boys. I actually took and built a Raspberry Pi that fits inside one of those things, and so I've got one that plays Game Boy games. It's big fun. The kids love it.
Frameshift drive charging.
Getting ready to load it up. A Raspberry Pi is like a tiny system on a chip. It's basically like a whole computer, but it's the size of maybe a credit card. And you put in like custom OSs and stuff. It's pretty neat. But basically, it took a really small screen and a little tiny speaker and stuff like that, and put them all together into the case of the little graphical memory unit from the Dreamcast. And so it does look still like what it was, but it plays like a Game Boy. Yeah, I mean, There are Raspberry Pi powered devices like that. Like for example, you can get a miniature Macintosh toy that contains a Raspberry Pi that's emulating the original like Mac OS 3, and it runs. It works. They're pretty neat to look at. They don't really do much. And then I had for a while a Commodore 64 with a Raspberry Pi in it that was emulating a Commodore 64. So it was like a Commodore 64, but with like solid state technology. That was pretty neat. I remember doing essays for college classes on it, and I remember the instructor being really amused by the fact that I did all my reports on a Lotus Notes in Commodore 64, just because. They were like, well, why? It's like, why not? It's like, but you don't have spell check or anything. And I'm like, okay. You know, the solution to that is to learn how to spell. I'm just saying. But maybe I'm too boomer. So now all we got to do is get to Ray Gateway with the full load of silver without being interdicted and killed. And then we'll be done with run 3 and starting on run 4. We're just going to keep going until I've got that 125 minutes of that sweet, sweet nectar. Here. I'm going to probably change the music pretty soon, though. I'm feeling like, you know, the 80s, 90s, and today probably needs to give way to something else. We'll see. I like synthwave. Plus, I think synthwave fits the retro future aesthetic of my holographic avatar today. It's very 2077, you know? I recently introduced Rena into that. She's probably lurking. Rena watches everything. But a lot of these things that are coming from like retro future stuff is all really cool. Style over substance a lot of times, but it is what it is. Hey, John Carpenter-esque. Oh, actually, you hear this one? We made it to the station without being interdicted. What? Come on. This is actually from Chrono Trigger. This part. Listen. Do you hear that? That set of riff is from the Mystics Village in Chrono Trigger. Very nice. But yeah, I don't talk very much in chats and things like that, so a lot of people aren't really aware that I was so involved with the early streaming and stuff like that. It's part of the reason why I sit in the manager seat a lot of times. It's just because I'm just familiar with what's going on. That's all. Nothing special. Let's get docking.
Permission authorized. Prep for arrival on landing pad 03.
Landing pad 03, aye.
Automated approach, Commander.
Automated approach is engaged. Yeah, scan this. I'm just regular. I'm regular cat. My problem is that I suffer from crippling boredom. I have a much more mellow version of ADHD, but on the inside, it's really zooming. The issue is that I can never get past that whole, like, boredom causes me physical pain. I've told people this a lot, and I'm like, I'm an old man, and people are still like, that's very immature. You should get over that. And I was like, get over this. I can't be bored. It makes me furious, and I don't show it, obviously. I'm not a child. But at the same time, I still feel it. I'm still like, God, I'm bored. I wish I wasn't. So that's where all the multitasking and stuff comes in. So oftentimes you'll find that, I have a variety of interests, primarily because you can't do the same thing all the time. Yeah, I mean, that would bother. But I think nowadays, especially with technology, obviously, you can venture out into the universe. Crippledness and crippling anxiety make for a pretty rough combo. Imagine you're doing well. I mean, you're here, talking to me. What else? Imagine the whole rest of the internet not doing this. the miss out level is just huge. Huge! Okay, now that we're safe in the dock, we're putting this to number 4. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. It shouldn't. The fact of the matter is, if a person goes out in there and they're true to themselves, or as an they're true to the style of entertainment that they're into. So, for example, there are a lot of people that play a character. That's fine, but as long as they're true to themselves, they're true to that thing that they want to be doing. That's going to attract only the people that are into that, and it's going to filter out the people that aren't. You start to have problems if you get fake, because you'll attract people that like that fake thing, and then when you get sick of it and inevitably get rid of it, they'll be like, "Hey, why aren't you the same as you were before? That's really strange, and I hate it," and then they'll leave. So it's better to just be the self, and if people don't like it, they can get wrecked. Who cares? You don't need that type around. Starport services activate. Time to get rich. But yeah, it doesn't matter how you sing. Everyone has an audience. Now, there may be people that are like appealing to like a vast audience. Okay, great, good for them. And there's people that are appealing to a smaller audience. But the fact is that, why, thank you. Once again, it comes from being bored all the time. Never met a stranger because I have a whole society in my head. But yes, if you've got the interest to get out there and make friends or build a community, absolutely do it. Don't feel at all. The British accent's funny because during my service I had a lot of friends that used to do that. The SAS guys, and he talked just like that dude in Skyrim, just like the Thieves Guild guy in Skyrim. He always sounded like his nose was stopped up because he had a deviated septum from having a broken nose. So he's always like, "Well, you're gonna go over there and get some of that coffee? I don't like that. I'm not much of a coffee drinker myself. I like the tea." I'm like, "Oh, you're British. You have to like tea. It's how you refill your blood supply." Get ready for auto launch. Let's go! I'm interested to see how this Gundam thing goes. I see a lot of people in Discord playing it. Well, there's one. It's good to have one. There's always, see, you meet people. My favorite Gundam, I'm going to go out on a limb here. My favorite Gundam is 2 different Gundams, and they're both from the older series, not the original, but like the second one or third, is Heavy Arms and Death Scythe, and I believe that's from Wing. And I don't know if they're in there, and if they're not, what are they doing? How can you not have Death Scythe or Heavy Arms in a shooter? Hello? Yeah, see, there you go. I'm not playing it. My favorite Gundam game is actually Endless Waltz on the Super Nintendo, and it's a fighting game. Oh, I see. So you're missing one that probably should be there. I'm missing one where there's probably no chance. It's like, good luck, buddy. See, Death Scythe. Also, I just liked Duo as a character. He was like the only normal person in the entire series. Everybody else was just completely ruined somehow. Just like, yes, you're all crazy except for this guy. I like him. You all have severe problems. Meanwhile, there's Duo. He's just like, yeah, I'm Duo. I don't care. Yeah. Duo had the good sounds. I'm changing this. I'm getting rid of this ad as soon as I can. So, be honest with me here with this. You see the YouTube thing up at the top? That's using a 3D transformation with a transparency effect through the chroma key. And then I've got it overlaid with a dynamic layer that gives it that staticky effect. But it's basically just playing a YouTube. What do you think about that? Be honest. Because I can see it. I can see how it looks. I'm just curious what other people think. Because I personally like it.
3, 2,
Engage! Well, actually, I don't want to go too far out on a limb as far as like, oh yeah, the video shoutouts. There's lots of pieces to fit together. I haven't gone into OBS 28 yet because I have a lot of plugins that I use, and I probably won't until I can confirm that all the plugins work. But we recently updated Savi to 28, and she was very much into getting some of that stuff done on that workday, and then was like, "Hey, let's just click it, just click it, just click it." And I'm like, "Let's wait, let's read it." Oh yeah, the dynamic retro background. A lot of those ones, um, I know a couple of people that I commissioned them from. Like this is actually just from a YouTube channel, but I have a couple of pixel art backgrounds that I've done for other VTubers. And there's two ways to do it. Obviously, you can take one and you can just make it to where you draw it like normal, but the tablet is set to a tiny amount of pixels, like literally like 500 by 500 or something like that, so that it's really blocky, and you just draw like normal, and it comes out like pixel art. Or you can take and draw normally, and then you can filter it with a pixel art filter, and then the real hardcore people will have a grid, and then they'll actually, you know, use pointillism and tap boxes until it looks the way it needs to. I do a combination of the first one and the last one, where I will draw it at a low resolution, and then I'll go back, and then I'll fix up individual pixels. Yeah, I've seen the manual grid method, and I only do that for touch-ups. So, for example, the artwork that I did for Savi's 20 Minutes Until Dawn thumbnail was done that way, where I drew it at 1200 pixels, at like a 1200 pixel diagonal, and then I touched it up with individual pixel mapping. It didn't take too long. It's slower than regular drawing. It's all good. I also used to use a pixel mapper for, what are those? You know, like the little channel badges, because you have such a small amount of space you can do them in. I think it's like 25 by 25, so obviously that's going to be pixel art no matter what you do. But if you're good at pixel art, you can make those look really pretty, even though there's not very much data to work with. Almost back to Thomas Orbital on run 4. Okay, quick check. We're at 1470 drop frames at a bitrate of 6200. Current render per frame is 3 seconds, so we're still at 3 seconds. And we are 1 hour and 12 minutes in. The heat is still rising, but very slowly. I think this is sustainable. We'll have to see if it's sustainable for 8 or 12 hours. Because we got some creative people in chat. We'll have to see. Cat stretch. Good. I love how my model catches that. Contrary to popular belief, I don't talk 100% of the time. Just 99. There's space truckers listening to tunes as you go back and forth in their trucker runs, making that big money, that big cheddar for that big retirement on the horizon. One of these days, I'm gonna get my yacht. I'm gonna go out there and do some fishing out there in space. Space fishing! Let's go! I'll be enjoying my stay, thank you. Your station's lovely. And dock. Dude, I messed this up earlier. I was like changing the channel over on my space YouTube, and my space ship proceeded to fly directly into the side of the station at full tilt, and I had to pay a fine and fix it. It's like, wow. That dumb. think there's a screenshot of my setup somewhere in one of these servers. But this is on right now. What I'm looking at on my end is I have like 5 or 6 windows of data all streaming at the same time, plus the YouTube thing on a separate monitor, and then my main monitor is like 42 inches at 4K. So all these windows are like really small. It's just a how would I put it? It's like a quilt. It looks like a quilt of just windows. Eventually, I want to see a monitor system come out where they can be interlocked, so there's no gap between them. And I've seen it very close, but it's not as good as it's probably meant to look.
Landing gear deployed.
Landing gear deployed. Hey, well, you know, that works. It gets the job done, you know? You gotta get the job done. I know when I first started, I used to, I had a mixture of flat TVs and CRTs, believe it or not. It was a real mess. Oh, you got SCART too. SCART's good for retro, though. Yep, I see what... Exactly. SCART's good for retro. Got my N64. No grudging. What am I buying? Wow, the price is going down. What? Buy.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, I go out at maximum capacity. Good. What is that? Mioni CRT. Oh, TV VCR combo. That's new. I haven't heard that in a long time. Obviously, they don't have that much here anymore. Just because of space constraints, a lot of times people, they pitch that as soon as they can. I remember when I first arrived in Korea, I was almost literally homeless. In fact, I was homeless for a while, but when I finally got a place, I ended up finding a TV that somebody had thrown out into the garbage and spent like the better part of a week soldering burnt components out and putting new ones in, because you could buy them in Yongsan here. So I would actually take out the burnt resistors and put them in, put new ones in, and got the TV fixed. I saw a follow. Somebody stealth followed. Where is it? What are you doing? Why are you stealthing me, man? I see it. I see that. Wait, I'm selecting. It's gonna happen. Here goes. Work function. Yes. Got him. So, proceeding with test. I gotta do this before I get interdicted with all the silver in my cargo hold and I get killed and people kill me. First, epic first chats from Maito. Everyone welcome Maito, everyone being one. Every literal one person. Welcome. Welcome to the testing stream where I'm testing things. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. We're just chilling out with some synthwave while I do space trucking. In space! Perceived. There we go. Yes. I like the fact that that can be done. Just click them. Like, boom, done. The new feature, I don't know if the new feature will work on my channel because it's kind of not a thing yet for everybody.
Drive charging.
I'll do it while frame shift is charging. Let's see. There's a new type of shout out. Where? The slash shout out. Shout out.
3, 2,
Let's see if it does it. Hey, there it is. See, look at that. It comes up at the top now, and you can just be like, follow, done. It's kind of cheating, but it's kind of great too. Wham! Yeah, so basically, Maito, if you want to do that, you don't. That doesn't even use a bot. It's actually built into Twitch now. No problem, buddy. But yeah, it's built into Twitch now. So basically, if you type /shout out, all typed out, I've just got a macro on it, and then you push paste. It has to, but it's got to wait. So that's the downside. Like if you get a multi-raid, like I just tried to do a shout out for Brush here, and it was like, no, bad Switch Cat. You cannot use our commands. Fast. Let's try it again. Yeah, only one can be added at a time. Oh yeah, the video shoutouts. It's funny because like some streamers are like, I can't believe that clip's still a thing. Oh no. I think Emu hit me up about that recently. Emu Lapis. She was like,
Frameshift.
dude, I didn't even know that clip was still there because she used to be an IRL streamer, just like Maito-san. So the IRL clips, like she thought she had got them all, but there were like some back in like the 3-year days where she was still just playing games with and just being silly as a regular real person. It's like, oh my god, real person? What? Oh, unsubbed. You're an actual person for real? Yeah, I know. But inevitably somebody's going to get hit. Let's see. Like for example, Kari was a conversion streamer. Ellie was a conversion streamer. I think Tane Tenchi was, but not. She just did that a little bit. And Emu Lapis definitely was back in the day. Bunny GIF has recently gone the opposite way. She went from being a VTuber to an IRL streamer. She should have just always been an IRL streamer. She's cute. She wouldn't have a problem at all. It's like she's just like a normal person. I think a lot of people are worried that they're going to be treated poorly, and that's valid. But to be honest, there's an audience for everybody. It's pretty much anything you want to stream. Yeah, the unintentional immersion break. But it's all good as long as we don't get interdicted. So while my ship is epically flying itself epically through space by itself without my help. Oh, you know, it's like Max in Mission Impossible said, anonymity is like a warm blanket. It's a sense of security that you have where you can do and say certain things and not have to worry about it coming home to haunt you later. But at the same time, I think that anybody that's being careful, even people with their face on the screen, and they maintain a certain level of anonymity. The technology hasn't quite arrived where a person can take a screenshot of your face and identify you on Google. It's almost there. It won't be long. It's not quite there yet. All right, so quick Super Cruise system check for the test. We've got at 1 hour and 22 minutes in, we have 1,700 drop frames, current total data output bitrate of 36,000 megabytes, and we're still rendering at 60 FPS at a slight lag of 3.2 milliseconds. Not bad. And the reason why I'm checking over each hour is because, or over each trip, is because as the RAM fills, the system slows down. And so the idea is with all these overlays, and Maito, if you're curious, these overlays, actually each one of them has multiple filters applied to it to allow it to be transparent and to have the hologram effect. Additionally, they have 3D transform on them. So each one of these little assets on the screen is like 5 or 6 assets squished into one. So what I'm trying to do is see if I can get OBS to crash. But it seems pretty stable. So that's with Elite Dangerous running with all settings maxed. My 3D model stuff running with all settings maxed. Twitch running, and 4 browser windows running. So far, so good. Yeah, almost everything Star Citizen promised and actually playable. It's going as it goes. A lot of my streamer friends are kind of against setting up game specific scenes. There's an ad on my Spice YouTube. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's part of the fun, making stream specific scenes or making game specific scenes. Actually, one of my co-moderators on Rena's channel, Ryu Myoto, is a supporter of that game. He's got a lot of data. Skip ad, skip space ad on space YouTube. There we go. But you don't get the interruptive ads on YouTube in the UK? That's interesting. I want to switch over to UK too. Well, the funny thing is the YouTube ads in Japan and Korea are actually really cool. Like, they're very entertaining. So, especially the ones in Japan, they're just wild. And I'll sit and watch them. Like, I can imagine the UK ads being a bit dry. I just think it's just how it's done, you know. I couldn't imagine another way. It's almost like the businesses, because I dealt with the military guys there, and it's almost like everything there, like they're almost afraid to be cringy, so nothing's cringy. It's just like, we have a new version of this automobile. It's better than the old version. You should buy this version. Okay. Yeah, like the Ministry of Silly Walks is like as far as we'll go. This is actually the real Switchcat. That is correct. Welcome. Bloodscribe Zombrie. Since that's not a first time in chat, I assume that that's Bree, but with a changed name. I'm perceiving. Am I correct? Let me know in the chat. At a 3.264 second delay. Preparing to sell. That's okay. I haven't streamed because I've just been testing stuff. I mainly moved over most of my online time to support. In fact, that's what this is, believe it or not. This is a type of support because I'm trying to test something for a bigger streamer right now. 9 million, sell. Sell, sell, sell. Alright, so that brings our balance up to... Searching. Wait, 68 mil. Yes. Like I said, you can't go wrong with Synthwave. Synthwave is where it's at. For Systrack's almost over. You can see the little red bar down at the bottom of my space YouTube. It's almost over. Alright. Anyway, I hope things are going well with you, Zombrie. We are space trucking, which is basically a type of just chatting, because there's not any gameplay. The ship literally flies itself, and all I have to do is keep it from crashing. Or navigate out of an interdiction. A few people have stopped by to say hi. And it's always appreciated. Well, yes, thanks for stopping by, absolutely. Like I said, boredom causes me pain, so I don't want to cause you pain. So if you get bored, that's cool. Entertainment is not the business today. Let's load up the Navi computer. Yeah. Bow, 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 bow. For whatever reason, whenever I listen to Synthwave now, I think about the regular show. It's either regular show or Stranger Things. It's you are always on my mind. Let's go. Thank you, I guess. You see, the thing is, you really are a very entertaining person. Much as popcorn. You should have been able to wreck the ship into the side of that space station. It's like, so, space police are like, hey, this is Space Popo. What was your reason for crashing a $40 million vessel into the side of this giant space station? Well, you see, there was this YouTube ad, and I'm like, I wasn't having it. So, worth. Yeah, exactly. That's just content. It's also good for the military contractors supporting that the space station. They're like, yes, more Switchcat tracks. That's another $40 million contract for the next 2 years. You haven't seen the regular show? Oh, Zombie, the regular show is great. I wish it was still on. If it's not still on, it needs to be. What are they doing? I actually have them all here digitally. I like, my favorite thing is that whole ham boning thing where Rigby's like, ham boning! Ham boning's gonna save your life one day! They keep trying to mug me! Starts slapping himself. Rush, you're missing out. I'm going to allow boning because ham boning. Yes, again, I'm British. You got to deal with that. You got to deal with this nonsense. There, you've got laws, rules, and standards apply. Super cruise. Cat stretch. Okay. Bone. Just nice. So we're gonna go over and do that. I'm thinking that Automod just doesn't like boning in general. You know how bots are. They're so jealous of human reproduction. They don't like any of that. Is anime still a niche thing in the UK? That's interesting. Because it's like, you know, over in Germany, it's like a huge thing there, and I think it's actually carried over from World War II, if I'm not mistaken, because that's what happened in South America. South America and Germany have like huge amounts of anime culture. But it's interesting to note the connection between Japan and Germany goes way back, let's say. Yeah. You know, the thing is, when I was but a small cat, the anime was still called Japanimation in the US. It was a very long time ago. Imagine being a weeb, couldn't be me. I'm more of a closet weeb though, really. Like out in town you wouldn't be able to tell. But you got like that Japanimation? Yeah, I think like I said, Europe had a different relationship with Japan for a while, so a lot of that, you know, migration over was better. Oh, really? See, that makes sense. So anime is also French, because I know that in Japan they've called it anime for like 60 years, and it's just a portmanteau. But you know, the funny thing is, they do that with their own words also. Like anything that comes in to Japan that becomes part of common parlance that's too long, too many syllables, they'll shorten it just because it makes it easier to spell. Because everything's syllabic. So, for example, you know, you're not going to have an air conditioner because it would take forever to say that. They just call it an aircon and stuff like that. And it gets to the point where some of the stuff is so short that they even shorten like the titles of things. So, for example, Monster Hunter is Monhun. You cannot a lot of times different parts of the country, like McDonald's, is like Maka. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you go in there learning textbook Japanese and stuff, and you start every sentence with watashi wa, then people are gonna laugh because nobody talks like that. But it's okay. A lot of times they give you big props for trying, though. So, yeah, Macas. I know that's Bella's thing. Macas. Bella and Yozo say it like that. Of course, Yozo's got an extreme accent because she's a Kiwi. Accents and cursing, man. That's what the colonies have done. Welcome to the station. It's time for docking. Mackie D. I think they call it McD's in Texas. Probably a lot of parts of the States, but I know that's the part that I was in the most. I don't know. It is what it is, right? Somebody had to. I mean, I've been to lots and lots of different countries, and everybody's got their own way of doing things, and all of them are fine. But there are definitely some what would you call that? Some cultural elements that probably wouldn't lend themselves well to colonization.
Scanned.
Just saying. Yeah, probably. Or they should have been developing advanced weapons and ships. It's like the funny thing is there's people that compare that to what would happen if like aliens found the Earth. That it would be like, hey, look, we got all this nice technology. You want some? Yeah, we want some of that. Here you go. We all know the rest of the story. All right. We're at Thomas, and it's time to buy.
Landing completed. Deactivating docking. Enjoy your stay at our facility, Commander.
Enjoy your stay at our facility. Here we go. Time for the buying phase. What are you buying? What are you selling? What am I buying? Hang on. Silver, right? Yeah. Where is it? Machinery, medicines, technology, legal drugs, foods, consumer items. This is sell. This is sell switch. Get some sleep. Hang on. I'm checking chat. I'm just trying to read two things at once. There we go. I need to make this money. Okay.
Cargo hold at
Good, yes.
maximum capacity.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you caught the RE4 guy yet. What are you buying? What are you selling? Hey, thank you. Yeah, I like that guy. Classic. Well, you got some aliens so advanced. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, if you think about it from the perspective of just propulsion, if we want to nerd out for a moment, the stuff that we would have to figure out in order to get over the whole like light speed thing will probably require energy management technology so far advanced to what we're capable of that anybody that can do it is just going to be mega super alien. In fact, they could already be here. We wouldn't even know. You know, they'd be so alien we wouldn't even perceive them. But yes, I love that you can kill the vendor in that one. It's just like the ones in Dark Souls, where you can just, if you just want to kill those guys, just go ahead and do it. And the game's like, well, you don't have that anymore, but, you know, carry on. Yeah, for this game in particular, oh yeah, I've taken off Flight Assist and messed around with that, but I don't do it for shipping for obvious reasons. But yeah, not only that, the layout of the galaxy and the orbital physics and stuff like that are all based upon theory as well. So yeah, to be honest, if you want to do this, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Obsidian or somebody was saying the best way to do it is to use a HOTAS joystick setup. Like if you want to actually use a 3D, yeah, it's a 1-to-1 scale for the galaxy with real propulsion physics. And they were like, yeah, if you want to control the ship the way that NASA does, you're going to want to probably get a HOTAS joystick with just a hands-off throttle and all that kind of stuff, so that you can actually do it without making, getting a brain tumor. I have tried it though, mouse and keyboard. And I'm like, went back to automatic. Kind of like when I was driving in driving stick. I had a Jeep Wrangler a long time ago, and I used to do these long runs on like the interstate. And one time I was dealing with this like super traffic situation, and it was like stop start stop start stop start stop start, and I'm like, dude, no. It's the same thing. It's like, yes, you have more control and can do better, but you have to dedicate like half of your muscle memory to controlling a vehicle, and you just let a machine do it.
3, 2, 1.
I was not aware of that. So the you don't have Odyssey. What are you on, PS4? You don't have Odyssey? That is sad. Boom. We're almost done with run 5, getting ready for run 6. No Odyssey on PS4, Xbox. Ow. Yeah, I'm assuming once I get my once I get the Anaconda bought, I'm probably gonna go and mess with the there's an alien battle thing happening now for big money. Probably gonna mess with that a little bit. Mainly because Anaconda equips the large turrets. So I don't have to be good at the aims.
Frameshift drive charging.
But you know they say if you want to do the pew pew, you can get a ship that'll stomp a mud hole into almost anything else out there. The Anaconda's basically like a frigate, unless I want to get that. What's the Federal Corvette? Just dive. No. Here we go. Yeah, apparently there is something going on where you can engage in combat with flower-shaped bad guys, but I haven't messed with it yet. I've got no problem with the flowers, actually, as you do. Space Garden. There we go. Yeah, there's actually a I don't know when the update was, but when you start the game now, there's a thing where it pops up and it shows a spaceship, and there's like a little cinematic that you can skip, obviously, because it's every time you boot in. But then it's like shows the Thargoids fighting with this big carrier and blowing it up, and it's like, oh, it's on now. Yes, just nod and smile. Then you slowly start to become part of the collective hive mind. Yeah, so apparently there's an alien race called the Thargoids, and they're radially symmetrical. So all of their ships look like flowers, kind of, or squids or whatever. Something like that, you know, not people shape. Yep, and they do the pew pew, and apparently they're pretty strong. So they make you dead. I'm staying away from that. I'm like way outside the bubble now. I have a couple of these big stations that I go back and forth doing the trade, but as soon as I get the big mama ship that I'm after, I'm gonna be yes. Because what I really want to do is get out to one of the places that are selling the yeah, I'm still kind of outer rim, but closer to, I think I'm about 200 light years away from the Sol system. But mainly because I've been using it for void opal mining. And so the further away you get, the less other human players are usually there. And it makes it to where the mining nodes are fresh. Because I think they refresh over like 6 days, something like that. Okay, I'll show, actually I think I can show the map now. As long as I don't get interdicted. This is map of Yon Galaxy. Now this looks very straightforward, kind of like the No Man's Sky thing, but here we go. So you can see I'm still on the outer rim out here with the Earthoids. Eventually I want to get out here. I want to check this out. But yeah, if you zoom in a little bit, these little, like, every dot is visitable. Like everyone. Yeah. Yep. Now I want to go to the center to see that, actually. And most stars have an active system with gravity and all the kinds of other stuff happening. So orbits and a lot of times space stations and stuff as well. And they're updating it constantly. So they're not just like points in space. They have effects on the other things around them as well. So the interesting thing is, like, every point of light in the sky that I'm seeing right now, like I have the space station here, but the backdrop, all those little stars, the backdrop, they're actual real stars that you can travel to. You can point your ship at them and go to them, provided you have enough fuel. Now, currently, yeah, only a tiny segment has been visited, and there is also a lot of stuff that's been locked. So the entire community has not even explored 1% of the galaxy, and it's been out since what, like 2019 or something like that, maybe before. This is not a new game. I think No Man's Sky is like 6 years old. This one's close to that. It was the time, the age of exploration. And all that. Docking?
Landing permitted. Cleared for
Yeah, 2018, so see.
0. You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
I am clear for coordinated approach. Let's go. But yeah, I'm not, like I said, mainly I'm just doing this because I want to get the money, and I would be doing it alone. And I thought if I'm going to do it alone, I'll just do it like this, and I'll test my stuff at the same time.
Scan detected.
I'm going to kill all the birds with one stone. All birds. Bird extinction event, one stone. True, yes. They have the planetary vehicles and stuff.
Scan detected.
And the asteroid mining is how I got most of my money at the beginning. Yes, actually, you can. And they're all, yeah, they have boots on the ground combat on the planet, and the galaxy is a 1-to-1 scale. And the interesting thing is now we have a new telescope that's out there. You know, like for real, like the IRL big telescope. Hey, Gnocchi's here. Welcome to test stream 276384456. I want to hear something really cool, but instead I will read it.
Contact. Clear to disembark. Enjoy your visit, Commander.
I'm clear to disembark. Let's go. Oh yeah, the fuel rats. Yep. I ran into one of those guys, and he was saying later, he said I should keep my Python because it's good for that. I was like, okay. Because you can fit it out with 6-point fuel tanks. But there's a whole documentary on that. Hey, let's look at that. Hey, let's look at that on my space YouTube. One moment. Time with UL Rats. We'll watch space TV together on space YouTube. Okay, Gaming Embedded has a thing about 1 month as a fuel rat in this game. It's pretty great. I'm reading Gano's message to see. I'm awake and I saw the notification you live. Thought I'd drop by and say hi. Well, hi. Glad that you stopped by. I'm actually just testing OBS stuff right now. It's not like a real stream. That's why I didn't put the game in the category. Okay, here we go.
Cutthroat galaxy of mercenaries, pirates,
Everybody hear this okay?
rockets, and ominous mysteries reeling from a history of galactic conflict. Meanwhile, its actual
This guy's got kind of a nerdy
can be
voice,
just
but
as tough to learn
he
as its
speaks
galaxy
very well
is
about what he's
unforgiving.
talking
This
about.
is because Elite is underpinned by a
People are gonna think this is
strict
me, so-
commitment to pseudo-realism. Frontier Developments has designed Elite not just
You can
as a
see it up on
shooter,
my
but as a
space YouTube
simulation.
screen.
One that takes place
At 12
across
o'clock.
a 1-to-1 scale recreation, 400 billion star system.
This is going to talk about the fuel rats for anybody
As
that's...
such, there are different procedures for docking, trading, combat, hauling cargo, and jumping between star systems.
Yeah.
All things that take time to learn and take time to do. You can experience the galaxy by
Otters.
yourself, only ever meeting NPCs, or hop into open play and brave Elite's Wild West-like outer space.
Let's get rich.
Where you'll chance encountering other players with their own possibly questionable motives. What may surprise you is that born from Elite's steep learning curve and unsparing simulation
True.
roots is a player
It's gonna be
whose
affected heavily by what I'm doing
attitude is
today.
Quite the opposite. Fuel rats, interstellar Samaritans who stand in contrast to Elite's callous universe.
Keep
Their
forgetting where I
objective
am with this
to help
process.
those in need, specifically players without fuel. In Elite, running out of fuel and stranding yourself in the middle of empty space is a real and very common possibility.
Very
And it
common.
can come at a hefty
Because
price.
people don't
too.
buy fuel
It's
scoops
a
for some
grinding
reason.
game, and outfitting ships and flying them places
we go.
requires time and a lot of credits. Elite's rigidity, coupled with
Let's go.
speed, means death can have severe consequences, even once players establish themselves with better ships and a good amount of cash. When you die in Elite, your galactic insurance...
Oh yeah, I
is
did that
to
recently for
rebuy ship you
the
died
relief
in at a
effort.
discount, or respawn in a free side
Thargoid
mission
attack
or
relief
start a
effort.
ship, Whichever option you select, you'll respawn back at a space station. Depending on how much money you have and what kind of ship you died in, rebuying your ship could be anything from an annoyance to a sizable dent in your in-game money. There are other
In-game money.
consequences, though. Some even experienced players can't escape. What if you're out of fuel thousands of light years away from the nearest space station? What if you're carrying tons
Here
of
we go.
valuable cargo? What if you collected some high-priced bounties and plan on selling them for cash? If you die,
Yeah, what if you
losing
do that?
collected cargo or bounty vouchers, and if you're out exploring the far reaches of the galaxy, death means you're sent right back to a space station. Your trip
I actually
and all
haven't
light
died
years
yet.
you covered are cut short. Suffice it to say, death isn't great, and you definitely don't want to run out of fuel. Without it, you can't travel, and eventually, even your oxygen will run out. Luckily, this is where the fuel rats come in. If you're stranded and low on fuel, call the fuel rats and they'll scurry your
Yeah, I
direction,
haven't
refuel
had
your
that
ship,
happen yet,
and
but
give you pointers on how to avoid running
I make
out
sure that
in
my
the
insurance is
future.
full. You know,
The
never
rats are
fly
a
with
lifeline
with more than you can
interstellar
buy.
dead ends, and a far better and cheaper option than waiting for your oxygen to run out or self-destructing. They've performed nearly
Self-destruct would be pretty
70,000
funny.
successful rescues.
Just be like, yeah, I'm tired of being alive. Boom.
From the bubble, where you'll find most space stations and populated star systems, and even all the way out to the Milky Way's most desolate, extreme edges. Over the years, I've
Ugh.
spent my fair share of time in Elite and have experienced
One of these
it
days,
from
I might
just
actually
about
sleep.
every
It's gonna be awesome.
standpoint. I've hauled cargo, mined asteroids, hunted bounties,
There we go.
dogfighted, and aimlessly explored the Milky Way's giant cosmic arms. I've even needed saving from the fuel rats. But going on rescue missions...
But yeah, I met one of the fuel rats. He wasn't refueling. He was just out there.
Plotting, that I'd never experienced. That is until January 2020, when I joined the...
Yeah, that was actually the first thing that I
spent
taught
months
myself
with
was
fuel rats
how to
as
get fuel for
one.
free.
I trained as a fuel rat, hung out with them.
I'm all about making that money.
Made some rescues myself, and even interviewed a few. They're a group of volunteers, people from different
Interdiction.
countries with different backgrounds and of different ages, but all with the same eagerness to respond to calls for help. The rats
Is my
have been
cargo
around
hold
nearly
full or
as long
something?
as Elite Dangerous itself.
I wonder why I'm being
It began
interdicted
with an
right.
idea from one Commander Surly Badger, a self-described grumpy old fart
Hang
who
out there,
didn't
hang out
desire
there.
leadership and wasn't a fan of rules. Badger initially envisioned the Fuel Rats as an anarchic collective of wildly disparate commanders who have their own reasons and agendas, reflecting the overall
Hey, get
goodness
wrecked.
and nastiness/glory of humanity. This idea
Okay, now I'm
is
curious.
philosophically
Wonder why I got
reinforced
interdicted,
by
'cause
what
I'm not
Surly
carrying
Badger
anything, am I?
called the doctrine of individual excellence, a belief in maximizing
Whoops.
the power of a collective through autonomous individuals.
Yeah.
Fuel Rats sum this up as,
Nobody saw that.
if we do our best individually, then collectively we'll be awesome.
I think I left the station without dropping my load.
Objective is to fuel those who need fuel. So it's
Let's
so
see.
simple. But if we're talking about the ethos fuel rating, then I think it comes down to, like, helping others, helping those who are in need.
There we
Just
go.
doing it without any ego. Just go there and give them fuel and get out.
That's Commander
there,
Jordan
give them
Sheets,
fuel,
a longtime
get
rat who
out.
joined the group nearly as soon as they formed in 2015. The group's website and text chat are funded
You gotta go and-
privately and through donations.
One of the things you have to do if you're going to sell
In-game
silver
as well. It was
is the
decided
selling
pretty
part.
much from the beginning that there would be no set fee for rescues.
Make a
meaning
note,
no
write that down.
mandatory transfer of cargo or goods in return for the rats refueling a client.
Actually, from the get-go, it was discussed whether to do this for free or is there any kind of way to get payment. But it was very quickly read that no payments, because it's just much simpler. If you're a
Yes.
new player and you have started up and on your first hour of flying, you
I know
run out
Eve
of
was
fuel,
Eve was actually very
and you
interesting,
don't
but it
have
was
any
very
way to
spreadsheet.
pay
It was very much a spreadsheet
and if
simulator,
you're
you know.
some long-range explorer who has run out of fuel in God knows how many thousands of light years from the bubble, the rats who go there and rescue them actually do get paid when they honk on the way.
Oh no, it is Yidel.
Then
A
sell
real
the
streamer has
exploration.
arrived. Everybody,
The universe
Hold on
pays
now.
us. And also it's good karma.
This
I got to
sentiment
do-
seemed
I gotta
to
do
echo
this
with a lot of members like Little Fool.
You notice that
veteran
she has
fuel
a-
rat
you
with
notice
more
that she
than
has a,
750 rescues.
Little diamond in chat though.
don't want to
Preloaded.
have anything in return from the clients. Mainly.
Everybody go-
mainly because
everybody go
I don't
see
earn
Idol, she's
any
cool.
Money in the game right now. It's really just a hassle. Like if someone wants to give you
Turn this down a
stuff
little
they
bit.
mind, like void opals or
There we go.
whatever, It's just a hassle to pick up.
Hello,
I
Yeet.
don't see it's possible in the game, and I don't see it's necessary.
I'm not actually streaming. Don't tell anybody.
It doesn't cost you
I'm actually just testing stuff, but I'm using a game for that, so it's kind of like,
I don't think that.
Yeah, no.
In-game
we're just watching space YouTube
play or
and selling
overseas
space
to
diamonds
play-
to space
to play your
hustlers
real life
because I'm a
games.
space trucker up in space.
When it comes to the galaxy's politics, wars, and crime, the rats
Thurston Whale redeem.
And while members are working as rats,
I could probably do that.
versus player combat is strictly forbidden.
I want to do that one
Rats
that's
are
the
attacked by another
if you've seen
player,
that
fighting is not an option. There's
TikTok
even
about
a
the kid who
story
puts the
about
cat on the
first
mic and it's like
ambushed and held hostage by a player group of pirates. The pirates
That's the
demanded a
best.
ransom of 200 tons of plasma.
after I land.
And
Actually,
the
after I land, I'm gonna put that on my
telling the
space
pirates they'd take
YouTube
the
up here.
back if the pirates paid
Then we
them
can see it.
100 tons of gold and 3 Snickers bars. The pirates opened fire on the rat. But it
Because
was
I mean, it's like, why not? I've got
can
this.
do and what the
I
rats ought to
literally
do.
have a browser
This
up there at the
commander
top of my
Silver
screen
Badger
at 12
wrote,
o'clock,
"We
so I
cannot
can
leave
play
the
whatever I
big
want.
guys if we
I had a
don't
calculator up
sign
there
this
earlier,
fleets
so I was
watch.
calculating how many trips it
We
would
don't
take for
play
me to
with
get my.
what we want. Our actions
get my
speak for us.
Anaconda.
We have fuel, you don't.
I love the name of that ship.
Questions, any other response
I like how the
eventually
Anaconda is
more
long and giant
or
and the most
extortion
powerful ship in the game.
or encourages more pirates to
I am a
enrich
cat.
themselves by wasting their time and ours.
It's the language of my people, but you know,
Barring you're over the age
I
of
was
13,
separated as a
all
child.
players, new and experienced, can join the rats and go ratting. A curious verb.
it was kind of I think that was
time
the
to
joke
help
that
you.
Sabi was
By
making
joining
in her
will be
stream.
asked to read
Because
our
I was like, you
standard
never
operating
meow.
procedures.
Are you a cat? And I was like, oh, you want me to meow for you?
Communicates, coordinates, and
Interesting.
executes rescues. The fuel rats don't consider the SOP rules, but the SOP should
wanna make me purr?
be ignored either.
Let's go.
Deviating from the SOP happens, but only with sufficient reason. Additionally, while not strictly mandatory, it's highly recommended new rats complete various training exercises before they attempt rescues. A rescue is kind of split in 2 phases.
Oh yes,
Rescue
we
itself
definitely
and a debrief.
support
Once the
Yid.
client's safe,
Yid is
it's
amazing.
the rat's job to show them the basics of refueling in Elite, like how to scoop fuel from stars.
Actually, I'm actually a mod for her channel, but I'm not biased. She's legitimately amazing. The follow should not be regretted.
Understanding the SOP and having some training under your belt is also making sure your ship is outfitted.
We have arrived. I'm gonna switch over to that TikTok thing pretty soon. As soon as I get landed.
For weapons, supports, and optional internal compartments, where you'll put things your ship doesn't necessarily need in order to fly.
Are we not in range?
Generated
How strange.
cargo bays or hull reinforcements. Generally speaking,
Hello,
how
hello,
you
hello.
customize your ship really depends on your playstyle and what kind of jobs you're interested
There we go.
in, whether they be combat or commercial. As a rat, you'll need at least a fuel scoop, a cargo hold that can carry at least
You have a
8
cat
limpets,
that
and a
croaks, it's
fuel
impressive.
transfer limpic controller. With these 3
I
modules
gotta drink
installed,
space cola now, because hydrate means that.
Fire
Because I don't drink
in the
water.
player's
Come on,
enemy
water's for
fuel, which
commoners.
transfers fuel from your ship to theirs. While rats do the endgame work, a
Let's go.
dispatcher
I'm not gonna,
uses a
because my
liaison
3D model will
client
get stupid
and
if I
a rat assigned to their
do
case.
anything that interrupts
Oftentimes,
face.
dispatch
I
is
have
a
the
client's first line of contact.
hologram
How to
disablement.
proceed while assigned rats jump
It's
to
up
the
here
client's
somewhere. Here we go.
position. This
Boom.
communication structure is important.
I'm still here,
Clients
but my
may have
hologram is
questions or
disabled.
Changes in their status, and rats need to jump
And it's
in
time to
heavier
imbibe
bonds of their
the
own,
space
like
cola.
players or NPCs. Dispatch, however, doesn't see what's happening in game, so rats still need to provide updates on the game situation. The fuel rats assign clients case
Life is good.
numbers and use a loose collection of codes and abbreviations to relay information back to dispatch.
Well, that's cool. Go play some
resulting in
PGA
easier
game.
and faster updates. For example,
Wait,
the
like
code
golf?
1 Fuel Plus means a rat has successfully fueled case number 1.
That sounds
Learning
awesome.
how to communicate effectively and
You have a great time
especially when
doing
traffic
that,
is heavy,
because having
fuel
friends is
levels
kind of a
need to
good
be
thing.
right. Jumping between
Reactivate.
systems in Elite is fairly simple, but
Hologram.
just active enough that constantly taking
I'm
your
back.
hands away from the helm can
Gorupu.
slow you down. Finding the right groove.
Okay,
between flying
now that
your
we've
ship,
landed,
scooping if I needed to, charging
I'm gonna switch over to that.
dispatch,
Let's see if I can
taking
do
a
that on
while
this.
and came with experience and
This guy's got a lot of stuff to say, but so do I. How to do that? I guess we'll just search it. Let's see. TikTok, Neko Arc. Oh, I guess I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna search DMs, and I've got it in my DMs with Savi. One moment, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Actually, yeah, this is called Elite Dangerous, but it's similar. There are some parallels with No Man's Sky, but it's a lot more. So it's a lot more like the realism is kind of more the goal there with that. But No Man's Sky does have some similarities and some similar gameplay loops. Okay, I found it. Let's put this up on. Put it up on main screen. It's gonna be loud. I know it is. These are always super loud.
I'm gonna put my cat on the mic.
Dude, what are you doing? Oh my god! If you swing, motherfucker, what are you doing? Stop! Shut your fucking mouth, motherfucker! I can't hear my own thoughts.
I'm gonna put my cat.
It's amazing. I love that so much. That is the meow that I want to put on this channel. If somebody redeems the meow, I want to do that. Yes. Perfection. I'm gonna leave that tab open. Anyway, what was I doing? Okay, back to the serious work of testing streaming stuff and making huge money as a space trucker. Just like starts as like, I want to hear a cat. I want to hear a meow. Synthwave. What are we doing? Synthwave Baba Booey. Baba Booey, because I've got to have tunes, or else this is already as boring as it could possibly be. I don't want it to be more boring with the absence of tunes. Here we go, Synthwave mixtape. Oh, after space ads. Okay, that'll probably do for now. I assume. We don't want it to be too loud. To be a little bit loud. That'll probably work. Anyway, as we were doing, back to the extremely serious business of selling off silver for huge money so I can get my anaconda. I can't believe that I jumped for literally no reason. I didn't even sell off the silver. That's why I'm never interdicted on the way out. It's absolute nonsense and I'm not tolerating it. Sell. Got it. Metals. There it is. Yeah, right? Sorry, I just saw your message. I was reading this thing down here. But yes, that having somebody redeem meow and then it be like, I'm gonna put my cat on the mic. It makes me laugh just thinking about it. I'm gonna put my cat on the mic. Best ever. I hope that kid is a millionaire right now. Okay, done. Sold. Now what are we at? Checking the balance of our current vessel. We're at 77 million. 77 million, so we have what? A bit more to go. We're more than half though. We're more than half. We're on run 6 and I had to come back, so the run 6 is over. Or run 6 is still on, run 5 is over. Adjusting volume. It's about to get synthwave in here. There we go. Alright. Now space truckers gotta set the space coordinates to get their space cargo out to the space sails. Cause space. There we go. I remember back in the day, we were going to haul 455 tons of cargo to Wolf 21241. It was a good time, you know what they say, what happens in space stays in space. Gotta get out of the mask lock and then we will cheese ump our ease ass as out as here's. Anytime. Come on, guys. Let me loose. Unchain me. I got to go. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yes, the one place that has not yet been corrupted by capitalism. Spice! And yet, meanwhile, literally this entire time I've been hauling material back and forth for money. You're like, wait, scratch that, reverse it. Nothing like a bit of capitalist oppression to start the day. There we go. Welcome to beautiful Wolf 1241. Main attractions, Nav Beacon, and Thomas Orbital. Thomas? Please align target with destination. Do it! Done. Alright, so we're not really expecting to be interdicted or otherwise tampered with during our progression to Thomas because the cargo holds are empty. But we got to make that 2-jump thing back to Ray with the full load. Okay, as much as I'm liking this one, I want to try to see if I can get something that's a little bit more, got a little bit more pep to it, because like my energy levels are, they're kind of directly linked to the sounds of the stream. Spice ads! Skip! There we go. This is the Cyberpunk 2077 soundtrack. Is it allowed? Sure, I guess. I mean, somebody put it on YouTube. Here it is right here. So why can't I, right? I think this gets loud, but we'll fix it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Nightmare Owl. We're interstellar trekkers trekking interstellarly. Okay. I like that error message up at the top there. It looks like it's like my computer has an error. Nice. All right, we're at 2.8 milliseconds of delay on the system, so that's perfect. That's near instant by streaming standards. Usually it's over 4. CPU usage currently at 5%. Yeah, you were exactly correct. I actually do this game, you know, believe it or not, I'll actually put things at work, like when I'm working, I'll AFK with this a lot. The only thing that you gotta kind of watch is when you're fully loaded, because people will try to pull you out of jump and then they'll mess with you and they'll hurt your shields and stuff like that. But this ship is kind of a beast. So even though I don't use it for combat, and it doesn't have any weapons or anything on it, it would take several ships attacking at once to be able to take it down. So it's perfect for hauling valuable cargo. Once I get the ship that I want, though, I'll probably load it up with weapons. Because why not? We vibe. It's the Thomas Orbital step. Thomas Orbital 2-step right here. I'm doing my own version of the cat jam. For real. Can the station be any farther from the sun? Thank you. Here we are. Thomas Orbital arrived at. Good to see you too. Request docking. Docking request submitted. Docking request approved. Very nice, very nice. Gotta check the old Discord momentarily. See if anybody's awake. Move my Discord over to this other window so I can actually see it. Bow, 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 bow. See, if they scan me in here, I'm not really worried about it. It doesn't do anything. It's only if they scan me out at interstellar space that it becomes a problem. Not to mention the fact that on the way into Thomas, we've got an empty hold, so it doesn't matter. On the way back, there's a little bit of pucker factor because the whole idea is to make that money. Bring that big money. By my estimation, we've got 6 more runs, though. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Refuel. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, game.
Landing completed. Engaging docking restraints.
Thanks.
The Super Raptor at disposal.
Buy that silver, come on. I don't know why I'm acting like I'm in such a hurry, because it's really... like, who really cares? Yeah, the price keeps going down. That is good for me, man. I'm assuming they must have, like... this system must have had, like, a gold strike or a silver strike or something, because... they've got a lot of supply and not a lot of demand. Let's get ready to take off. Got out to be... The best way to avoid interdictions and stuff like that is to be efficient with all of your movements, and I'm certainly not. I mean, I guess I kind of am, but I think the margin for error is so low, or is relatively high, so it's not as big a deal. Get out, get out, get out. Now we wait for the ship to fly itself out of the station. Almost there. It takes hundreds of years. Auto launch complete. Let's go. So far, so good. Two, one. Yeah, I mean, as far as the game itself, I think that it's, you know, I don't think any game's really for everybody, air quotes. But I do think that this does have a lot of ways that a person can play that don't involve exploration or inherently dangerous acts. So, for example, one of the big ways of making money is actually combat. I don't do that. Not yet, at least. Mainly because repairs are expensive. This guy's already got me triggered. He's going to drop. This guy's going to try to pull me into an interdiction. Yeah, there we go. Predictable. Come on. I gotta stay close to the escape vector. Or the guy is going to pull me back out of jump, and then he's going to be able to rob me. He might not be able to, but his targeting is on the left, the red one. My escape is on the right. My escape is on the left. There we go, done. Interdiction evaded. These guys know that I have all this silver on me. That's the problem. So if I sit around for too long, they're going to jack me up. They're going to take my cargo, which I just spent $700,000 on. Can I afford to replace it? Absolutely, but it's going to be a lost run. There we go. That's why I have to do all this stuff fast, because if I sit still for too long, my thermal signature is going to attract them. There we go. Because now the cat's out of the bag, and they know. The pirates in this area know that there's a ship hauling all this silver. See all those? You can see all those lights out there. Those are thrust trails. Any one of them could be a bad guy. Here I am with no weapons. But I do have fully upgraded thrusters and fully upgraded shields. This is about 420 light seconds, so I don't know, it'd take about 40 seconds. What do we got on my ads tube? 대한민국의 건강을 위해. You need that vitamin C for your health. Yeah, because the ship is big and it can support a lot of engine power, I basically invested in just making like a race car, like a racing semi truck. So if they're willing to put the pedal to the metal and try to take me down, they're also going to have to get through 3 layers of shields. But I only need a few seconds to charge my jump, so if I get interdicted, I can jump right back out of it before they can take my shields down. By the time they pull me back into interdiction, my shields are recharged. So they can do it as many times as they want. This is a tested method. I'm just letting the ad play just in case I get interdicted again. 진정한 PC 노트북. This is Omen Gaming PC ad. Well, I mean, if you end up playing this game, there's a lot of ways to win. It took me a while to get far enough to use the Python for this, but once I got the Python's like a universal mid-game ship. You can do everything with this. It's a great vessel. I would say that if you had to pick one to spend most of your time in, it would probably be the Asp Explorer, which you can get pretty early because it has a really good jump range. And then the Python, which sacrifices jump range, but in return, it has like really good everything else. I mean, because I would love to be able to make one jump, do this in one jump, but also, like the Asp Explorer, if it got pulled out of interdiction, or get pulled out with interdiction, it probably would not be able to take as much damage. Because the shields would just go out. And the thing is, if the shields take damage, they just recharge. So that's free. So they can do whatever they want as long as the shields don't go down. It doesn't matter. The ship doesn't feel it. But if they get through the shield and start damaging the hull, then I gotta pay for that. I'm a little bit of a Mr. Krabs when it comes to that kind of stuff. He's burning on me money! Now that I'm in the safety of the docking procedure, I'm going to take time to get some more coffee. Coffee. Hologram off. Oh, yes. Now that's what I like to see. We arrived at our destination with another hold full of silver. Currently getting a 200 or 300% markup. Nice. Okay, I'm back. Time to refuel. Dump the load. Make that money. Starport Services. Drop another 192 silver for another 8 mil. We got an incoming message. That's interesting. It's probably due to my sales having gotten me to a notoriety level. Not a bad thing. We'll see in a second, because I don't have anything to buy here. What you got, homie? Promotion to entrepreneur. Nice. Cool. Now it's time. Yes. All right. Let's get out of here. Ugh. I'm tired, cat. We gotta get this done. Oh, and that's another run. So this is run 7, eh? Hi. Run 7. That puts us at what? Alright, go get that mocha refill, because we're in for the long haul. We're space truckers. It's spice. Okay, so we're at 85 million. My goal is like 150. So we're more than halfway, but we still got a long way to go. Why do real job when you can do not real job? Why make real money when you can make not real money? Get out of mass lock and jump. I actually want to upgrade my thrusters on this one, but there we go. Jump time. The beauty of space. Millions of miles of emptiness. And here we go. Sweet! Now it's time to go! And we're back in Super Cruise, nice and easy. That's the beauty of this. It doesn't require any gaming or skills. I actually wonder what it would be like getting out of an interdiction without a mouse, though, because that's what I use. Just the way it circles around and stuff. I imagine that. Nah, I guess a stick on a controller could do that. Might be easier, in fact. I'll mess with a controller on this at another time and see what I think of it. I mean, it's obviously built for consoles as well, because PS4's got it. And the Xbox. I wonder if Sheena's awake. I'm gonna mess with her. Hold on. Mess with people on the Discord when I should be focusing on my streaming experience. Looks like she's offline. Actually, that's great. Believe it or not, I don't really stream to get people to watch. So when people aren't watching, that's why I stream at this time. On the rare occasions when I do, because most of the time it's just to test my equipment. Mess around a little bit. But I don't really want to draw a huge amount of attention to myself. It's kind of like it's kind of an underground thing. Besides, we've done 7 runs, no problem. We did gotta do 8 run, then we gotta do 9, then we gotta do 7,000. I mean, what? Believe it or not, the only reason why I've decided to do this is because I found this particular loop. But yeah, the chill out time, the vibe must abide. And believe it or not, I don't normally do this, even in this game. But because I found this loop while turning in mind goods, so basically I'll back up. You can go to like planets that have planetary rings, and some of the rings have mineable things that are valuable. And so my ship has a big cargo hold, so I was mining void opals and low pressure diamonds, and I was selling them at a premium to these metal processing stations. When I came across this station that was selling silver for like nothing. Why are you interdicting me, bro? You're just wasting both of our time. Whoa. Hello? It's like I'm not even carrying anything. So anyway, I was getting rid of these low pressure diamonds, and I saw silver was for sale for like literally nothing, and I'm thinking, okay. So I bought some of it, and then I took it back to my home station, and then I realized that the home station was buying that stuff for like 10 times the... By the way, welcome, Salfredo folk here. Welcome to stream. We're currently testing my setup. It's not really like a real stream, but none of mine are. And I thought, what better way than to test it with kind of heavy game. With space ads on space YouTubes. But anyway, as I was saying, when I found silver was being sold at this one station for next to nothing, I was like, hey! And so it was. Come on, let's lock in, we missed it. Man! These interdictions are such a hassle. Let's go back. But yes, you can see down at the bottom we're on 7 runs. I'm making runs because I'm going to use this trading route to make money to buy the nice ship. And then I'm done. Or OBS crashes. Whatever happens first. Because the idea was to try to test it and see if I could get OBS to crash with all these different effects. Because as you can see, all the overlays have like all these 3D effects and stuff on them. And I was like, hey, maybe that'll crash my computer. I'll see if it works. It is in fact fine. Bow, 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 bow. Skip that. Back to the music. Let's go. So anyway, make all these runs. So far in seven runs, we've made about 50 million. I need 150 million. So we're gonna be here a minute. Especially if these pirates keep trying to steal my cargo, because they're silly. They're silly for thinking they can. But they're also silly for wasting my time. I can break it down like this. 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 Go for it, do it. Break it down. Come on, man. There we go. Welcome to Thomas Orbital. We'll be buying that silver. Right. I can break it down like this. Docking request granted. Now we let the ship fly itself into the station while I listen to music and pretend like I'm some kind of space captain. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if I ever post this, I'll probably post this on YouTube just to store it. But I bet you the thing it's going to be like, yeah, this music all this weekend, you're not a really good person stealing this music. Like, I'm not stealing it. I'm listening to it. It's transformative. It's a transformative work. It's content. All right, so we've reached Thomas Warburton. Yes, it's art. I mean, the music part's somebody else's art, but collectively it's mine. Let's get ready to buy that silver. Thank you. Oh wait, I'm in sell mode. Why do I keep doing that? Buy 282. Let's get it. Set. Why isn't it doing it? It's weird because, like, sometimes if I'm in the different menu, the thing will not actually function properly. And I haven't figured out when that exactly is. Hello? Hello? Game? Game? Hello, game? 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 Am I doing it wrong? Oh, there we go. And map. And done. And done. Launch. And then while that's going, I'm going to check on Mira and see if she's awake. There we go.
What do you mean?
Done. Okay, we're about to conclude run 7. I'm excited. Are you excited? Anytime. There we go. Let's roll. Good old HIP 15300. Boy, that brings back some memories. Back in beautiful HIP 15300. And we go. All right. One more jump. So far, no interdictions either, so that's lucky.
What do you mean?
Frameshift drive charging.
Here we go. Time to layer another 800 or another 8 million into the old wallet and finish run 7. Prepare for run 8. Nice. Made it. So far, at least. We've got a lock, and we've got throttle. Now the ship will deploy itself to the station, and all we got to do is survive interdictions, and we've got another 8 mil. Laying it on top. But at this point, at this stage in the game, I'm just vibing. I'm just straight vibing. Got nothing else. Brain off. Actually, I just thought about something. I wonder if I can adjust the way that Stream Elements is doing the chat there so that there's no background. That'd be interesting. Because, you know, most of the time, the background is black. It doesn't really need a background. Yes, very good. We'll do that when we land. We're still on the glide perch. We just hit a planet. Well, we didn't hit the planet, but we dropped out of the warp. That would mean that the station is now in a position behind the planet. This is going to slow things down a little bit. Probably should have predicted that. But whatever. We've still got it. As soon as the FSD cooldown is done, but that also means that we're probably going to have to do some repairs. Let's have a look. So far, so good. Frameshift drive is recharged. And there we go. Good. And we're back. Kind of. There it is. Just in time for space ads! There's no escaping them. Even in space. Ads. That's okay. We'll skip that one. There we go. And we're back. Anyway, I'm going to adjust Stream Elements chat box to be transparent, and then it'll look cooler on my Spikes monitor. Once we get into the docking sequence, that is. Bow, 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 bow. And we're good. Alright, so let's take a look and see what Stream Elements has to say about a change to the chat thing. Model hologram off. There we go. Okay, so Stream Elements is currently posting the chat window. And I can make that do this. Let's see. Gonna go on streaming tools, my overlays. I should have one overlay for chat, one overlay for alerts. And alerts, of course, are turned off because I don't want to be distracted by noise.
Landing gear deployed.
Landing gear deployed. Okay, so we have dark chat, and then we're gonna set this up for settings. I know it's in here. I'll find it. See if it goes completely off if I do this. I think that actually that kind of helps. Yeah, I can see if I do that, then it's going to be transparent. So I'm going to change this. And what else was I going to do? Messages are delayed by 2 seconds. I don't really need that. They're delayed by 0 seconds now. Messages fade after 30 has been turned off. The theme is custom. And should now be totally transparent. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, so chat is like totally transparent now. But if people chat in the chat, then it will show up. So let's do a test. Test, 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 test. I can kind of see it. I mean, the space station's pretty colorful. Let's just roll with it for now. Let's see how it works for a while. It's not like there's like huge amounts of chatting happening anyway. Reactivate. Kill that window to save the resources. Then I'm going to reactivate. Face, Graham, go. Here I am. It's a bit of a contrast, but I think in reality it's going to probably be good because it will make it to where the chat will be visible, yes, technically, but it also won't fill up the screen with just stuff. So you can see it up there, and it's still mostly the same. I think. I'll go with it. I mean, it's like, you know, whatever. Meanwhile, we got to get rich. We're getting distracted from the important mission at hand, which is getting rich. Starport Services. Excuse me. There we go. You understated. Done. And that's another 8 million. How far are we away from our goal? Yeah, we gotta stay focused on the money. That's why we're doing this, right? That's why we do everything. Okay, so, and we'll rehash really quickly. The main reason why we're doing this and why we're on our 7th run of potentially unlimited runs is to get the big boy here, the Anaconda. It's the pride of Falcon de Lacy's shipyards. The Anaconda is a versatile ship that can carry large cargoes and pack a heavy punch. So hardy is the Anaconda, some smaller navies use it in lieu of a frigate or light cruiser. The ship can also be upgraded with a docking bay. The Anaconda has been designed for large-sized landing pads. But this Anaconda don't want none unless you got this much money, hon. And we're pretty close. The current goal is 150. We are at 100. We are at 94 mil. In fact, I'm going to add that to the text thing on the thing. I'm going to add that to the thing on my thing. What are we earning? We're earning. I don't want it to make it sound like a goal. I want it to be like, because people are going to think I'm trying to make money in real life. I'm like, no. Earning 150 million. So far, so good. Also, we could probably just add this. Hang on. That's another thing we could try. Earning, we have 94. Every time we get, I'll put more millions. Oh yeah, the Anaconda is, it's basically like in the early game when people got this, that was like you won the game, air quotes, because this is a giant vessel that is, it's like a super big version of mine. Okay, We're at 7. We're at run 7. Now we're on run 8. We have 94 million of 150 million. Why do I keep clicking that? You guys can't see it, but I keep clicking the wrong thing. 90 million. I'm going to clean this up because there's a lot of numbers on the screen. It is the slyest fox boy. He is the slyest. Be advised. Welcome. You're witnessing the test stream. Check out this cool technology that I'm using. You notice that my avatar looks very much like the holograms on Yee's screen up here. Because I have used transformation technology light years ahead of the competition. And I'm testing it to see if it'll crash OBS. That's true. Because my streams are limited to testing things. Alright, so we're at run 8. We've earned past tense. We've earned 94 million of 150 million. It's all on the screen for all to see down at the bottom. Right there. Right there. Right there. Okay. Good. Now let's get on to business. It's time. Zorgon Peterson. Okay. We've dumped our load at Ray Gateway and we've loaded up to run 8. Time for a launch. We got to get up out of here and get back over there. Digital disaster. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, technically, now that I'm seeing more messages in chat right now, having it like this is going to look fine out in the black depths of space. Space. So anybody that's in chat right now, when we get out into space, like right now, see holo chat, holographic chat. It's looking pretty depth. I'm just going to say. I'll say it. You don't have to. Looks good. I like it. I like how chat looks. Don't take that the wrong way. Auto launch complete. Let's go. We need to head out there to Wolf and pick up more silver. Yeah, scan this. Yeah. Engage. The beautiful galaxy spreading out forever. Oh. Here we are. We've got 2 contacts, Thomas Orbital, engage Super Cruise, and locate Starpoint. Nice and easy. No deaths, 0 deaths. Only money. No dying. Only riching. This is going to be great. I wanted to do this because I wanted to record actually the process of getting this big ship. It's not really the stream so much as testing out all this cool stuff. You know you love it. Now we vibe. Super Cruise vibe. I am Switchcat. And why thank you. People have different impressions of the voice. It depends. I guess it all, you know, everybody's got a sound that they prefer. You can all be like, thank you for coming to the stream. Listen to the buttery smooth tones. Switchcat ASMR. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy Super Cruise boredom, I guess. As we continue our mission, our never-ending quest of getting rich in Elite Dangerous. Hello, let's go. We straight vibing. Everybody get down with the sickness. Tell you what though, man, I'm getting a point. I need to hydrate here pretty soon, and I'm gonna have to dehydrate. You know what I'm talking about? Meanwhile, this doesn't get any better. So if anybody's expecting anything to happen, I got news for you. It's not likely to change. We are space truckers here. Space truckers. The Switchcat ASMR voice. Oh my god. I opened up a can of worms on that one. We're the space truckers here. Come on. Come on now. Everybody get out there and pick up your cargo and drive a few miles down the space road to the space gas station. This is how we do around here in Space Trucker Town. Yep. I would spit in a spittoon, but I'm not going to. I've seen what happens with VTuber audiences when people spit. It's gonna be like, never mind. The best part about this particular avatar is I can generate my own homemade cat jams. I'm literally cat jam. Cat jam. Space Trucker Switchcat ASMR voice. Let's go. Get your cargo on and just roll on down the road. That's got to be a new genre. There you go. See how many people search that up. Space Trucker ASMR voice. Get you some of that Space Trucker ASMR. Bit of that Space Truck step. There we go. Ready for docking. Docking request submitted. Copy that, Thomas. We are inbound for landing pad 4-1. Gonna get rich. It's that time of day where you either have to go to sleep or go to work, right? Or is it they turn off your internet? They're just like, hey, you know, I think you've had enough of this. We're gonna have to ask you to log off. Hey, it's always appreciated, but don't worry. We're just testing stuff out as I try to rake in the riches to get my big Anaconda ship. So you're not missing much. It's literally just me going back and forth, space trucker style. Let's go. Space ads! Actually, I want one of those. I want one of those notebooks that fold over backwards. And that was quick. So far, so good. We made touchdown, Space Cowboys. Now it's time to refill the fuel and fill our holds up with precious metals. Because we got a destination over at Ray Station. Standing by to buy at about $5 on the dollar. Load it up. And that's a full load. Let's relaunch forward. I was wondering what happened there. Let's see. Diaguandri. Block me a course. Yeah, it kind of does. This is a lot like that. Alright. Course plotted. Now the auto launch is in progress, and all we've got to do is wait for auto launch to let us off the hook, and then we will zip over there. I just have to avoid being pulled over by pirates or space popos. We should be good to go. Auto launch complete. Step 1. Let's get out of the gravity field. And then prepare for the jump. Frameshift drive charging. And the jump is ready. Thank you. Have a pleasant day. Traveling through the galaxy is the greatest of ease thanks to highly advanced jump drive system. The beautiful nebula. Alright, jump 2, Diego Andre on our port side. This guy's gonna interdict me. Let's go. I can already see it. Come on. Go! We made it! How do you like that, tough guy? We got out of it. He was going to try to pull me out of jump, and he missed. I warped away. I bet he feels real frustrated. It's a fun game. I mean, it's not... I don't think it's very good for streaming, to be honest, which is ironic since I'm streaming it. But... it is what it is, you know? I don't tell people what to do. They don't tell me. Anyway, I've already got somebody trying to interdict me from one of those other star systems, so I'm pretty sure that pirates are going to try to pop me on the way back to Ray Gateway. Guarantee it. But we're ready. Got the thrusters already set up for an evasive maneuver. Bow. I've got to change the music though. I'm thinking of something else. Like, I'm trying to imagine what's a good vibe now. I could go with, you know, old BOA. I do like Chill Scent though. I'll just go with this for a while. This is a Cyberpunk OST. It seems to fit space trucking pretty well. You're carrying that cargo down the interstate on your space trucker. You got to watch out for them pirates that take your cargo, try to get rich off your own riches. They ain't gonna work, man. Ain't having it. I might switch over to the live stream version of this. It's not garbage. Sometimes, you know, the issue with the live stream music is sometimes it's like in that mode, get in the mode in the stream where it's like several tracks that you don't like, and you try to decide whether or not you want to like move away from it, but then you decide to stay because you're lazy. That's how I do. Whoop, we're out of line of sight. That's gonna add some time to my trip. Whenever that planet gets in the way, man, problems. And we are realigned. Done. We're back on track for the space truck stop. Ray Gateway, all right. I think as soon as I get into the landing pattern, I'm probably going to... yeah, I'm definitely going to change this. I got space ads. Hey, like, you want some space razors, do some space shaving out there in space? Sure do. Let's get tied onto that contact. Request docking. Docking request submitted. Oh, very good, very good. Yeah, I mean, it'll stop you. You won't actually crash most of the time unless you have things turned off completely. But your ship has a safety feature that'll drop you out of jump. But if you drop out of super cruise at full speed, it'll damage your ship and you have to pay for the repairs. So, but it won't blow you up or anything crazy. You'll lose time and you'll lose money. Now, in my case, all I do is I just veer off course, and of course I miss my destination by like 40,000 kilometers or something like that, and have to turn around. But it's way less of a hassle than having to stop and then having to get out of the planet's gravity and then having to get to the station and then having to pay for your ship stuff being busted. All right, I'm in the docking pattern now, so let's switch over to the streaming version of this OST. There we go. On the space YouTubes.
What do you mean?
I also like it because it's like animated, so it looks cool up at the top there on my space TV. Yeah, I better watch my space TV while I'm doing my space trucking. Oh. All right. Welcome to Space Gateway. It's time to sell off the silver so we can move on down the road. Why? Yes. Yes. All right, that puts us at 103. So let's load that into the tally. We're at 103 of 150. We are now at run. Hey, you can see it down at the bottom left. I'm gonna do jam emotes because I like jams. Jams. Jam. 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 Go. Jams. Match my jams with thy jams. Oh, it looks weird on the stream, though. If you look at the chat on the stream, they're all like orange. They're hollow jams. Jamming them holograms. Checking our stream stats right now, we've only lost 4,000 frames over a total of 666,000 frames. Pretty good percentage, I'd say. Well then. I'm often concerned this one's going to hide behind a planet at some point. I'm going to have to go around it. That's always an hassle. I'm hoping that true autopilot is eventually installable for larger vessels. I think I also had dance emotes. Hold on. I just thought about that. Dance, dance. Do I? Looking good. Got the FSD cooldown. Let's see. Yeah, I do. I have a few of these. Dance, 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 dance. Go. Scan detected. Scan this. Pick up more silver at Thomas and make our 10th, or finish our 9th run and prepare for the 10th. And load up the contacts. Request docking. Docking request submitted. Hey, docking request approved. Automated approach engaged. It's time to land. And with landing comes more silver. I need to get a new power distributor for this thing. I'm just looking at how the thrust is like lowering the engine. Dang, if I didn't have the engine, if I didn't have all the pips maxed on the engine there, it probably would decharge. Probably wouldn't be able to do boost as much. This is the Trash Club Mateo Tura remix, apparently, if anybody's curious. Alright. Time to buy. Welcome to Thomas Orbital. You've got all your silver needs for buying silver. Good. You're here to sell, I'm here to buy. Got it. Yep, say less. It's time. Maybe launching.
Landing gear retracted.
Got it. Good. Why is it so wet? The galaxy map is a little finicky. All right. Now we're going to finish up this leg of Run 9. Hopefully not get interdicted by too many pirates and waste a bunch of time. Yeah. So far, so good. Auto launch completed. Mass lock out. Jump active. And we're out to the next system. So far, nobody's tried to kill us. Always a plus. When you're out there being a space trucker trying to truck space, you know, you gotta make sure not to get killed. It's part of it. So far, so good. Oh, that's gonna bring us pretty close to that star, at any rate. And there we go. Perfection.
Frameshift drive charging.
Ready for the jump. Last station. We'll drop another 8 mil on top of the existing 103 million 2-hour goal of 150 million in the purchase of the Anaconda. Nice. Hey, let's load up that data for Array Gateway. Set us into Super Cruise. It's time to get out of here. Got it. It's 500 light seconds away from the star, so it takes about a minute to get there. And in that minute, a lot can happen. Tidal regain, hydrate. Okay, got it. I will hydrate as soon as I reach the station. The only reason why I'm not doing it now is because if I click away from this and I get interdicted, they'll steal my cargo. That'll be sad cat, not happy cat. Not that I'm too terribly worried about it because we can escape them, but you never know. Plus, we'll be at close to 100 and what is it? We got 8, 9, 10, 11, 111, 112. Where are we at over 112 million? Thumbs up! That's my favorite thumbs up emote anyway. Anybody in chat that's not subscribed to Yidle, subscribe to Yidle and receive this one amazing thumbs up emote. The best thumbs up emote on all of Twitch. I use it all the time. It's right next to the seems good emote that I also use frequently. I don't know where you got it, but I love it. That's true. I don't use that one as much, but I do use the thumbs up one a lot. Because I like it. And if I like it, it's automatically good. My criteria is very simple. Speaking of that, I looked at all the material for your channel over there, and it looks like you're on a pretty good path. I think you should keep up. You're doing God of War, so keep up with that. That's working out real well. I don't think that's a problem, TBH. I know a lot of times when you're trying to grow and you're trying to do that kind of stuff, it can seem like really slow. It seems like nothing's happening for like months at a time, but in reality, looking through all your data, you're on the uptrend. Doing great. Just keep doing what you're doing. The most important thing when you're streaming is to be happy and enjoy yourself, because if you're enjoying your time, other people are going to be enjoying their time with you. We got an interdiction. Here we go. About to get real up in here. We've been interdicted. But don't worry. These guys are not going to be able to take me down. Full throttle. Let's go. Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Under attack.
Yes, I know. They're 3 light seconds away. The FS drive is clear.
Drive charging.
Recharging.
3, 2,
Ha! That wasn't very much of a robbery, guys. Come on, be real. There we go. Come on, come on. Too slow, too slow. Let's get right back round without... See, that planet being in the way ruins everything, because I have to turn around, and when I'm turning around, I'm getting interdicted. This guy's going to interdict me again. Let's get ready for it. Here we go. Man, this guy, he's persistent. It's okay, you're not getting me, man. I'm faster than you. I'm jumping. You can attack me all you want, dude. Your stuff is doing nothing to my shields. The loser. There we go. Now, let's see if we can get back on the Super Cruise. Hey, there we go. He's gonna keep trying, I'm pretty sure, because he can follow my warp trail. But he's not getting it. By the time he's able to interdict me again, my shields will be fully charged, and we'll just keep repeating this little dance until I get to the system. Here it comes. And the interdiction is now. No? Not yet? Interesting. Maybe I got... Nope, there it is. Well, he interdicts quickly. Yeah, not so much. can attack me with your little lasers all you want.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's get another jump.
Frameshift drive charging. 4,
And we're jumping. Here we go.
2, 1. Engage.
And we're back on Super Cruise, and we're back on target. He's persistent. Meanwhile, the shields are going to be fully charged by the time he does it again. I wonder if this is a real, or was a real person, I wonder if this would frustrate them. Be like, hey, stop running away. Come on, come on, come on. We're almost at a drop. We're almost able to drop out. We're at 20,000 miles. Now he's gonna pull me out one more time, I'm sure. Let's see if we'll just stay on it. It might be close. Yep, there it is. I'm staying on my vector. I'm not even gonna bother at this point because it's gonna take me so far off course. And ready to jump again. There we go. And jump. It should be close enough now that it's just instantaneous. These guys really want this silver, man. He's gonna try it again. We're so close. I might have to rush in manually. The thing about it is I can't fight them because I don't have weapons. It's just gonna be running. Or avoiding the interdiction somehow. That ain't working. FSD cooldown and jumping. I'm gonna do it manually. I think the frameshift thing has got me too slowed down. All right. Thank you. This is actually from the Cyberpunk soundtrack. We're pretty close now. This guy is still on me. Seven, 6, 5, 4. Let's see if we get it. There's the interdiction. And we're staying on this one. Lagging. I think we might be able to evade the interdiction in this case. Got out. Okay, good. Now we've got to get back on track because doing that takes us way off course. There it is. Actually, we're still pretty close. We're within 4 megameters of the thing now. I know I haven't forgotten about the hydrate. I'm surprised that we got such a persistent interdictor. So I'll have to say that Number 9 was definitely a power play on the part of the Pirates. And we're right gateway. Woo! Survival. You guys need to do something about your pirate problem. Welcome to Anastasia Letter. Request docking. Oh, come on, I'm like within 0.6. There. Grant my requests. Alright, excellent. Now it's time for me to hydrate while I dab on these pirates that are going home broke while I go home rich. Disengaging the thing. There we go. Now I can do drinkies. While we land. The space cola from space. The only place not corrupted by capitalism. Space! Actually, I haven't decided yet. Yet, if you're still in chat, you've got to tell me whether I should be hydrating with coffee or with the space cola. Because I'm pouring a cup of coffee right now. Ah, yes. Or I'll have both. Why not? We should celebrate being able to survive pirate attacks over and over and over and over and over. Space cola it is! Yeah, let me find it. Excellent. Now I have it. It's time for space cola opening bottle. Or both. It's like double hydration, Switch Cat. Get in, double hydration. Okay, space cola 1, go. Ah. There we go. And now we need space coffee. Space coffee, activate. That's space coffee. Let's go. Bow, 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 bow. Hologram reactivated. All right, let's get refueled and get back out on the road. I want to see how much we made. Commodities market. Sell. There it is. That's another 8.6 added to the total. That puts our balance at 111 of 150. 111 million, and we'll be starting on run number 10. Hey. So close. I can feel it. Piloting my own gigantic Anaconda space vessel like a mouse. Time to launch. Navigation menu. And go. We're out in space and ready to rock. Pulling out of auto launch just shortly. Also launch completed. And there's Wolf, and we're jumping. I'll be jumping. Jump! So far, so good. It's been a good evening for the test, the streaming test, and it's also been a good evening for making that cheddar, that space cheese from my space riches. Because why not? Why do things that are hard when you can do things that are easy? We've got it flipped on the monitor. Gotta get out from under this star. Here we go. There's Thomas. And we are locked. While that's going on, I'm going to check Discord and see if anything crazy is happening. So you never know. Wow. Nope, looks like we're good. That's the way it's supposed to be, after all. Good. Not bad. Oh man, that space coffee was pretty good stuff. I think I might have an additional space coffee now that we're cruising with no cargo. Disengage. Space face. Boop. Time for more space coffee for me. Oh, hell yes! Nicely done. Space coffee, go. Satisfying. And a back. Well, we're at 10 runs with 111 million. Not bad. Could be a lot worse. Probably will be. Still got a lot of time left. Let's check and see if Ryu's on. If anybody else is on. Who else is on? For whatever reason, the idol does not sleep at all. I've never seen this before. But I can understand it. It's relatable. I'm typing, so if anybody's curious. There we go. Perfect! Absolutely beautiful. Now we're on our way to Thomas Orbital. Another landing, another pickup of silver, and another trip back to the beautiful Ray Station. Also known as Ray Gateway. We're going to be depositing the silver in exchange for big fat stacks. Big old fat stacks. Get some thick wallet action. So tomorrow's a Korean holiday, and I didn't know that. And since I live here, that means that I get home. That's kind of cool. Guess I'll see if I do anything for that holiday. I'll probably do some regular people stuff, you know. Yes, Korean holiday. Do some regular people things, such as, and possibly including, eating a meal, sleeping in a bed. Hey! And now we've arrived at beautiful Thomas Orbital. Thank you. Good to be here. Let's get that docking wreck out and move forward with our lives. Going to be moving to pad 15. Always like being able to come to Thomas Orbit, so it's lovely. So far, so good. Status test right now. We only have a memory usage of 451 megabytes, and are currently operating at 4% CPU with all this stuff running right now. That's pretty cool. The only thing that's using any juice is the encoder, but I've set up the encoder to use the GPU, and the GPU use the GPU dedicated memory, so that it doesn't take such a draw on the other stuff. Yeah, scan this. We are docking. Once we get that cargo loaded, we are rocking. It will be a glorious day. I'm already imagining how awesome it's going to be to just fly around space with my amazing spacecraft. Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes. That big ship is going to be cool. Also, it has such an enormous cargo capacity. I can probably use that ship to go at it to make even more money. More money. All right, we've arrived. It's time to refuel, reload. Let's make a few buys. Let's say our goodbyes. Can't believe we're already at 111 million. You know how long it takes to make money at the beginning of this game? All that mining and man. Sail back. My only regret is that I don't have more cargo space. We'll be solving that soon. Alright, let's get out here. Course plotted and locked in. Time to go. I was actually thinking of using my Spikes TV to watch funny videos on YouTube, but I can't think of any right now that I would search out. So I'm just listening to music. Because when you're a space trucker, that's all you do is you drive from point A to point B, pick it up at A, you drop it off at B, and you listen to music, get some sweet tunes by Space Tricky. Nice and easy life, it's an honest living. I mean, looking at that 111 million, yeah. Honest living indeed. I wish I could do that in real life. The world would definitely be a better place. For me. Thank you for following Baka Hacker. Or Baka Hacker. Or Baka Hacker. It's very nice of you to follow. Unfortunately, I don't stream very often. This is more of a test of the streaming equipment. But I am happy to see you. Welcome. We're selling things. We're buying them. And then we're selling them. It's the most boring stream ever, but at the same time, it's oddly satisfying. Also, Geidel is here. We're also listening to Cyberpunk soundtrack, which is... it's fire. You know, it's alright. I kind of love it a whole lot. And for whatever reason, it seems oddly suitable for being a space trucker. Because that's what I am today, I'm a space trucker. We're saving up 150 million to buy that Anaconda. Because this is my mission in life. Alright. Oh, really? It happens. Gotta watch out for those killer foxes. They will frequently threaten one's life in order for their goals to be met. Such as it is. I'm somewhat familiar with this myself. Let's prepare for the next jump before we get interdicted and robbed. We are going to beautiful Diagandri. Once we've arrived there, we're going to be dropping off our cargo for another 8 million to stack on top of our existing 111 million. We'll be starting our 11th run now, as we go back and forth through space as a space trucker, eh? I don't know why a space trucker's got to be typical, stereotypical Canadian, but you know why not. Not to say we may not have a space program, but we definitely care a lot about space, eh? I mean, space is something we got an awful lot of in Canada as it is. Indeed. I've seen that fox take out enemies many times our size. Now we're in Super Cruise onto Ray Gateway. Sit back and enjoy the ride as the ship does everything for you. Well, actually, that's a good question. I'm testing the game because it's one of the heavier games that I've got right now. But it's actually to test all these things on the overlay. Because streamers like you sometimes ask me questions about how to make certain things work. And I had some questions recently about making overlays that look cyberpunk-like. And so you can see how my model doesn't look like the way it normally does. It looks like a semi-transparent, slightly offset 3D transformed hologram. And so does chat. And so does my Space TV. So all of these things required me to use advanced overlay filters, which is actually not that hard to do. But in some cases, makes OBS unstable. So I've got a bunch of other monitors up. Man, if you could see this right now. I've got 2 4K screens set up. And each one of them has things running in 1080. So 4K can support like 6 1080 applications. So I've got the game on 1080, I've got OBS on 1080, I have the face rig on 1080, I've got chat and everything else over on 1080 on another, and so it's like a quilt of windows. And every one of them has got little things attached to it that's showing how much memory they're using and how many frames they're dropping. And I'm basically trying to see what's going to end up happening to me. We got an impact warning, hold on. What's going to happen if I can get the stream to go all the way through? And I thought, well, I need a little bit of time. So why not farm money? Yeah, because you know the thing about it is 4K is useless for most things. Like I don't want to see the pores on Tom Cruise's 70-year-old nose. It's not interesting to me. I want to be able to use that screen real estate for actual functional things. And so what better way than to use a 4K screen to have like 6 1080 apps running at the same time on one monitor. So like, for example, you see my avatar's face moving back and forth like this. This is me looking at the various things on the screen as they proceed. Like the Space TV is on a full screen over there on the other monitor. And this is just so that I can have everything up and see what's happening. So if there are crashes, if it's a stream like a Yid stream or a Savvy stream or Arena stream, and they're just like, a thing broke, how? Why did it do that? Then I know what to tell them. I am professional. Yeah, I mean, I've played some games in 4K on another person's machine, but to be honest, my eyes aren't even 4K. I mean, what am I seeing? What am I getting from that, right? I think if you're trying to watch video that's recorded in 4K and is optimized for it, you get that more like looking through a window kind of thing. Like it's like really there. But most stuff just doesn't look better in 4K. You know what I mean? Oh, there we go. Let's get Doc in. I can't believe I didn't get interdicted that last time. I am certain that it was the hydrate. It was like, you need to hydrate, Switch Cat son. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it as soon as I get there. And I got interdicted like 6 times on the way. It's like, no, we don't want you to hydrate, Switch Cat. We will stop you. Forever. But we made it. It's a perseverance story. Hey, see now's the good time for it, because now that I'm in docking, I can actually do it. Prepare to disengage Switchcat face rig hologram. Activated. Boop. Multiple hydrates saved up. I usually do them all at once. See, what people don't understand is the hydrate is actually just for the first drop. How much I drink after the first drop is up to me. So that's going to redeem 3 drops. But I'll give you, I'll do the whole thing. I will imbibe Space Cola. Space! Well, the points are definitely wasted here. I don't even have anything set up. They're literally just to test redeem machines. And reactivating. Hologram! I'm back. Alright, we're at Ray Gateway. Now it's time for Starport Services. We're going to sell that silver. Okay, so anybody that was watching when we bought it, we bought that silver for $720,000. So we're about to drop it off at this place, which has a shortage. So we made 2 jumps over about, I don't know, 20 some odd light years. Okay, so we're going to sell this business. Remember, the whole load cost about $720,000. Here's what we're going to get. $8 million. I love this. When I found these 2 stations, I was like, okay, that's a pretty broken economical situation. I think I can resolve that with my own intervention. Okay, so putting it up on the board now, we were at 11 million. Now we're at 120 million. And we will be embarking very shortly on number 11. Bad, really. 8 million per run. Unfortunately, I can only trade one way because Wolf doesn't actually take anything that the Guandri is producing. So it's a one-way trading trip. The rest of the way is just me shuttling myself back. Prepare for launch. But the positive side of that is that if I'm not carrying anything valuable, nobody tries to rob me. So that's I guess that's a thing. All right, let's see where we are now. There. Got the course plotted and locked in, and we're jumping out the mail slot now. That's pretty interesting. I wonder, I often wonder how many streamers actually have like a quantity set up. Like I tell people that it's just the first drop just to mess with them. Like the hydrate redeem is just the first drop of whatever I decide to drink. So if you redeem 10, that's 10 drops. And that's fine, have a good time. But sometimes I wonder if that's like the streamer has to drink like an entire cup of water or something like that every time. So if you end up waterboarding the streamer because they have to now drink 10,000 cups of water. But it just depends. I don't know. I'm the kind that doesn't take that very seriously. I had a situation where somebody redeemed like 50 of them, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. And I actually gave them their points back. They're like, you gave me refund my point. It's like, no, I don't want to waste your points, bro. It's not gonna drink 20 times. It's all for fun anyway. Let's jump. Going back to Wolf is always easier because it's just the 1 jump versus 2. When the ship has less in it, it can jump further. It's part of the reason why I took all the guns and stuff off. Alright, there we go. We are so close to our goal. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's another thing. I think sometimes they do it. I mean, that people try to do their redeems somewhat honestly, but it is always up to them. It's like, yeah, I'm drinking, ha 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 ha. Look at me drinking. I'm a VTuber. Yeah. But all of it's imagination anyway, right? It's all imagination. All right, we're starting off run number 11. We're about 3 hours and 48 minutes into the stream, at least by what OBS says. We are at 474 megabytes of memory used at only 4% CPU usage, maintaining a solid 60 frames per second at a 3-second delay, which means that you're hearing my words 3 seconds after I speak them, which is actually pretty short for Twitch. And our current bit rate is running at 10,000 megabytes over the course of 6.3 megabytes a second. Nice. Very solid. Especially considering this is all running on a laptop. A lot of people are really surprised. They're like, wait a minute, laptop? I thought you just said you had 2 4K monitors attached to it. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Sure do. The ROG Strix ain't playing around, man. I have a budget for this, though. Like, every few years, instead of upgrading because of how expensive things are, every few years, I try to see if I can afford to upgrade the laptop. I just upgrade the entire thing. Pull the hard drives out, sell it without hard drives in it, and then get another one. Mainly because I travel a lot. I travel a lot for work, so having a big fat desktop just doesn't do it for me. I've had to figure out how to make all this stuff mobile compatible. Once we get to Thomas, before we load up, we're probably going to find something else on YouTube to watch. I'm curious if, I did the one thing from TikTok, which I thought was pretty hilarious. Maybe we'll watch something else. Let me see. Let me think about it. Meanwhile, I'm vibing. The vibe abides. This is not like a real stream, this is like the kind of thing that you just leave on in the background. Space! Sometimes when I'm doing this stuff, I watch documentaries, but I think documentaries is not exactly the best fare for the streaming environment. Also, I have a tendency to up the volume, so sometimes I'm worried that I can't even hear myself. Yeah, see, the laptop thing, the only thing that laptops really, nowadays, they've really caught up is just, they can't reach the really extreme levels of performance. And then you have to be able to dispensate all the heat. So sometimes the laptops won't last as long due to that, depending on how people use them. But I've got mine on a little pedestal. It very much is not treated like a laptop. I mean, I have a big keyboard, a big mouse, and all this stuff, and the laptop's body just sort of sits off to the side. They tend to last a pretty long time. And then because I use external peripherals most of the time, they usually look like they're new when I'm ready to get rid of them. So I get a pretty good price. All right, we have arrived. Permission granted. All right, while that's going on, let's see what else is going on in the tubes of you. What do I want to look at? I'm going to look at lore videos, maybe. I want to look at there's some alien. Hang on, let's look at that. Turn your attention to my space TV. Thargoids. Yes. Let's hear a little bit about the Thargoid invasion that's taking place at Elite Dangerous, because I think once I have the Anaconda fully outfitted, I'm going to look at the I'm going to try to kill some of these things. Get some money. After the ad, of course. Everyone loves Korean ads. While we enter the mail slot for silver purchasing. Can I skip, please? I guess not. All right.
Welcome to the Elite Dangerous Universe.
All right.
My name is Drew Wager, one of the official authors who contributed to
I don't know if I can hear this, but
If you're just starting out and want a guide to the background lore, you've come to the right place.
I think I got it. I think I can hear it.
This is the lore of the Thargoids.
Oh, yes. Yet, if you want to learn how to do this, you let me know. We haven't hung out in a while, so you let me know, and I can walk you through it. Easy peasy.
Extraterrestrial life form.
Yes, this is all on OBS. This is all live.
In a number of respects.
Yep.
Much of the established
That
narrative of
my Space
Thargoids
TV
is
looks like
considered
part of the
the
game, but it's actually just a
humanity, which serves
it's an
the
overlay.
needs of both the military-industrial complex of the major powers,
pretty cool,
the
right?
needs of the populist politicians, and also trigger-happy commanders to whom, as they pithily state, the only good bug is a dead bug.
All
In
right.
truth, the Thargoids are rather more nuanced.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's the look I wanted to go for, is because
Dates
like,
humanity's first encounter with this intrusion.
imagine if we are like
However, sources state that the
doing
first
this
encounter with Thargoids
space trucker thing. Obviously, you would have something like even cars nowadays have little
There
TVs in
are
them.
other records dating
So I was
from
like,
the middle
yeah,
of
let's
the
do
20th
that.
century, with various specific dates including 2849 and 2851.
A lot of the interface is an overlay, yes.
This
Now,
coincides
not all of it.
approximately with the era of commoditized space
I'll list it
travel,
out. Like you can
and
see
it seems
here,
reasonable to assume that as
me,
humanity spread out into
my
the
face,
world,
obviously,
encounters with other life forms
chat
are
above
likely
me,
to occur.
and the YouTube video, and then obviously the
It was considered that
number
humanity
down at the
was,
bottom. Those are all
almost certainly, the only
fabrications.
sapient species
And then there's an
on Earth.
overlay that manages
The
all of
concept
these
alien
overlays to match the
spacefaring
color.
race Came as something of a shock. It was widely disbelieved.
And then there's the game.
Despite
So
many
like
ships inexplicably
this
going
this
missing.
part that I'm messing with now, this is the
Galcop
game.
reportedly triangulated the reports and noted that they clustered towards the
Yeah.
Pleiades star cluster.
I like messing around with
Unfortunately, most of
OBS.
these records were lost.
That's why I do all these tests.
The earlier non-official reports claimed that the Thargoids were encountered
There we
in
go.
Bellier's star system.
So
Reports
795,000
suggest the New
spent.
Africa colony in this system encountered Thargoid vessels, and an aggressive federal response was organized.
Okay, so see these things, these aliens up here, those are the
opening
Thargoids.
fire upon them
That's
and
apparently the
destroying
new
them
bad
in
guy
real
in here,
time.
the new big bad in this game.
Official federal sources claim these reports are a fabrication, pointing to the fact that there is no star system called Veliers on the galactic map. Today, there are two New Africa colonies,
Interesting.
one in the Zelada system and one in Ypsilon Indi.
Anyway,
Both they claim
the
to
galaxy
be
in this
Thargoids
game is the real size of the real
But only
galaxy.
for the
So
tourism
this
benefits of the
war is
Thargoids.
taking place
There
like
is little to substantiate either.
200 light years away.
Regardless, Thargoid hostility to humanity is noted from this time forward.
Oh, I got a
Eight-sided
message. Hold on.
Thargoid vessels were encountered by human pilots.
Can look
who
at
seemed
that.
to attack
Look at the
from sight
Space
and
TV while I check
provocation,
messages.
which has been a constant ever since. Victories against the alien vessels were few.
Okay,
Thargoid ships
can load up
were
the
to be
11th
large,
run.
powerful, swift, and deadly, with shield strength and weaponry of greater power and range than the typical human-piloted vessels of the time. In particular, Thargoid vessels appear to operate using some kind of reactionless space drive. Footage shows the alien ships had no traditional exhaust vectoring as do human vessels, and appeared to be able
It's
to
freaking
move
message.
contrary to Newton's second law of motion, though this has never been fully established. Further reports indicated that the Thargoids had significantly more flexible and advanced grasp on the concept of hyperspace travel. Accounts suggested that Thargoid vessels were
All
able
right,
to hover in
let's get
wind
launched.
and intercept human vessels traveling through hyperspace, ambushing them and forcing them out into normal space before attempting to destroy them. Thargoid vessels were merciless in combat. Never
Oh, as
standing
far as
down
the
until they were
yeah, as far as the
destroyed.
OBS thing,
They
it's
also
it's
demonstrated
amazing what the thing can do with all these
remarkable
plugins.
levels of automation, being able
It's a
to
shame that
deploy
with
small
the
supplemental
number 27
craft
update, a lot of the
quickly
plugins
between
don't work. So I haven't updated this yet. I'm gonna wait till
able to
the
act autonomously and join the attack,
wait till I can
often
confirm that they
easily
still work.
overwhelming
But
even
yeah,
the
it's kind of
combined human
a cool
vessel
thing.
firepower. The historical records of Galcop appear to indicate that their naval fleets were engaged in a series of war zones against
Time to launch.
Though the location of
Now let's
these
get this
zones
loaded up
is
because
unknown.
now that we're carrying cargo, we're
Certainly,
vulnerable. Somebody's going to try to
Galcop
rob us.
pilots were fully aware of the Thargoid threat, as their pilot manuals warned of the danger of alien vessels, claiming that pilots should consider a Thargoid vessel an elite-level threat.
There we go.
Propaganda of the time even suggested that Thargoid pilots had their fear glands removed.
Yep, good.
Technology was
This will be
suddenly
automatic
spurred
for a
on
few
by the
seconds.
perceived threat, and it was suggested that ECM and improved hyperspace capability was reverse engineered from captured Thargoid Overall, Thargoid technology was overwhelmingly superior to anything humanity was able to field at the time.
Well, right now,
Continued for many decades.
the test is
So
to determine the
Thargoid
weight on the
information
rig,
is clear.
and it's giving me a feedback of currently it's using 500 megabytes of memory and it's running at 5% CPU. The rest of it is on the GPU because I'm using the ENVC encoder, which is tied to the NVIDIA chip in the machine. So it's actually very stable. I was thinking that it might not be, but it turns out that it is. So that's cool.
Humanity engineered a deadly virus capable of destroying not only the Thargoid host,
There we go.
but the Thargoids themselves.
Time to get out of
A
here.
clandestine organization known as the Intergalactic Naval Reserve Arm, or INRA, was responsible for the capture of live Thargoid specimens, operational vessels, and the resultant research.
Alright, now it's time to jump.
Extremely successful. As a result, the Thargoids were gone from human space by the year 3151.
Yeah.
Eradicated. And knowledge of them was deliberately suppressed from this point forward.
I'm listening to the
Until by the 34th century, they were considered a space.
listening to the documentary or the lore thing as well, because I haven't actually encountered any of those aliens.
The alliance around the year 3250 indicated
I hear they're pretty powerful.
to ascertain where any remaining Thargoids.
They even built special ships specifically to fight them,
Accounts have
believe it or not.
returning in a captured
There are
Thargoid.
some systems in this game where you can buy ships that are specifically outfitted to do battle with the Thargoids,
Shortly afterwards.
which I think is an interesting concept considering how many ships there are in this game and what their different strengths and weaknesses are, that there are actually
Discovered in
some.
the vicinity of the Pleiades star cluster.
Frameshift
These
drive
artifacts were
charging.
organic in nature.
We're going to get
and had the ill
interdicted.
effect of interfering with human technology.
Yep, those guys are going to come after me.
Or otherwise rendering it inoperable.
There's the interdiction.
It was
That's a
later
tough
found
one.
that these objects were Thargoid in origin. Alongside the artifacts, curious growths, nicknamed barnacles, were found on the surface of some planets in the region. Organic wreckage was also discovered.
Hang on, got to stick on that vector. Got it. That guy's going to be frustrated. Oh, this game is actually called Elite Dangerous, which is a pretty Chad name. Doesn't matter what the game is. That's Elite Dangerous is pretty much maximum Chad name. All right. In fact, that's how I heard about it. Somebody was talking about the game by name, and I didn't know what they were talking about. And I was like, "What's the name? The name of the game is Elite Dangerous." And they're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "What's it about?" And they're like, "It's a space game." And I was like, "That's, believe it or not, the name itself is what got me to investigate the game." Because the name was so over the top. But I think it's actually a series. I think Dangerous is just one of the Elite series.
그런 거 말고 보험. 보험?
뭐요?
보험 같은 존재야. 내가 무슨 보험이라뇨? 무슨 그런 말을? 잘 들어. 보험이란 건 무슨 일이든 믿고 맡길 수 있고 누구보다 의지가
The ads always make me laugh. Sometimes I don't even skip them.
현대해상? 그것이 보험이니까. Are you okay? 오케이.
Are you okay? So
The
dumb.
purpose of all these finds remained a
What's it
mystery
even
for a long
about?
time. On January the 5th, 3303.
But yeah, part of the reason why I didn't put the game in the title of this thing was because.
His ship was snatched out of witch space, a process which came to be known.
Oh yeah, I think some might. People came in before, and I had a thing going that was like. What was it? It was like it said error on the screen. Oh, also thank you for following, Dridge. Regrettably, I don't stream hardly ever, but I'm glad you're here.
And then proceeded to rapidly depart.
But yeah, it said like error. It was all glitchy because it was like a cyberpunk OST, and so it literally looked like it was one of my screens was buzzing out.
Perhaps for refueling.
Bridge, welcome to stream.
The second Thargoid.
We are selling silver.
By April of the same year,
We have literally just gone back and forth.
Federal convoys, and their identity had been comprehensively
That's the entire stream. I buy the silver, I go back, I sell it, I make money, and then I turn around. We're at 120 million of 150 million after 11 runs. Literally going back and forth Over 20 light years of space 11 times.
Independent pilots also found their own weaponry to be effectively useless against Thargoid ships. With the Thargoid vessels able to shut
Hey,
down
well, then you're
craft,
probably feeling right at home. We've got a thing about the Thargoids playing up on the Space
An
TV,
organization called Aegis was formed in mid-3303.
because I haven't encountered them yet.
New offensive and defensive
I'm literally just trading until I can buy the Anaconda.
as a result.
Because the Anaconda don't want none until I got 150 M's.
Thargoid vessels appear to increase in strength and durability,
But that's okay,
with various different
because we'll be there soon.
collectively known
The
as
current rate of progression, I found this utterly broken silver mine.
invasion during this period, as Thargoids took to attacking space station and making inroads in territory.
Dropping to 7.5 and docking.
Throughout 3304, the Thargoids advanced into human-occupied space.
Let's go.
And by the end of the year, had come within striking distance of Sol itself. Then, as before, they retreated.
And now we're on automated
The war
approach.
appeared to have
Excellent.
fluttered to a halt
I got another message, so
in uneasy
this is perfect timing.
unconfirmed truce. Thargoids can still be found in the Pleiades star cluster region, which they appear to consider theirs. Towards the end of 3306, they have also been found to be present in the Coalsack and Witchhead Nebula regions.
Yeah, very
From
nice.
human installations in the area. Once more, independent pilots have responded to the assault.
So, Dridge, have you messed with the
It is still not clear what motivates them.
messed with the Thargoids at all?
Their attack on the core worlds.
I don't know if that was in Horizons. I'm assuming not. Maybe it was.
Their
I haven't kept track.
superiority would seem to give them the ability to utterly vanquish humanity, but, fortunately for us, they seem disinclined to do so. They do not appear to have a territory acquisition strategy in the traditional sense, but do seem to focus their attention on regions of nebulosity. It appears they consider various nebulae locations to be significant. The reason is currently unknown. Outside of these areas, they are unlikely to be encountered.
In the business of going around and selling stuff, yeah, I can
Very little is
definitely relate.
Information is
As you can
sparse,
see,
and not much
I've rigged up my vessel with Space TV!
What is
so I
available
can
suggests the Thargoids bear
vibe out.
resemblance to some Earth insects in overall form.
But I'm actually using it as an overlay.
Chitinous exoskeleton.
Believe it or not, here's a funny thought. Like, a lot of people don't think about it like this, but I've actually played this game through the OBS projection. So here's the thing, like, OBS is what I'm looking at. The game is playing, but it's on a side monitor over here. But OBS is full screen, and I'm playing the game on OBS, so I can see myself and I can see the overlays and stuff. And I thought one day while I was testing this, I was like, dude, you know,
is thus likely to be in the -60
why run YouTube off to the side when I can run it in the game
One leaked report
by
states
playing the
that
game on OBS like this? And that was how the you know, the baseball began to unravel. It was
they
just
have
like,
6 legs,
yeah,
2 arms,
yeah,
and are strong enough
yeah.
to outnumber humans.
And here we are today.
Only their claws.
So I have my space TV set up to
Thargoids
where
have been known to
it literally
control
plays
the
TV and
world
music and
as
things
a
like
whole.
that. I can also make
This
it run
is,
other things.
essentially,
For
a source of
example,
optimism
I like to
for
watch
the
movies and anime in VR chat
if a means to dialogue can be established.
because I've got this really cool
As the
world, right? It's
resources
got like
that
50,000
information
movies in it,
for the most part,
and if
will
you
be
hit
effective.
F11 on that world, it goes
We
full
should allow
screen.
both races to
So it's like not even
coexist.
VR chat at that point. It's literally just the
Indeed,
movie.
this may
And
be
I
the
put that
only
up there.
reason that humanity has to
The only problem with it is, of course, now the computer is running Elite Dangerous and Ultra, and it's running VR chat, and it's running OBS, and it's running FaceRig, and it's running Twitch, and it's running all this other stuff. So it's like it's a little bit of a delay there. Oh, is it? Well, with Baka and the current test, there's no delay.
may be completely incomprehensible.
But if I open more and more stuff, then there will be.
As to their longevity,
So basically, anything that's running through USB is going to be running through the CPU.
archaeological
And so,
excavations
if you
found
have
civilization known as
a lot of
Thargoids
stuff running that's using CPU time, the stuff on your inputs and outputs are going to be getting in line.
implying the Thargoids
That's
have
the
been
main
a
thing.
spacefaring culture for
Hey!
millions of years.
It's Be a Target. Huggetry Be a Target has arrived on deck. Everybody salute.
Still respond aggressively to the presence
Welcome.
of Guardian technology.
Happy for the follow, but at the same time, I don't stream a whole lot, so this might be the first and
As
last.
it may imply that the
But I am
Thargoids
testing
evolved
some
a
cool
race of
OBS
space,
stuff.
which
Yid has
seems
definitely
to be
shown some
informed by
interest.
their own intervention.
But yes, once we have
Thargoid
once
technology is radically
once the
different
thing
from
gets set
human
up to where it's not
technology.
using a lot of the CPU and it's basically coming from the GPU, then the USB is not as stunted, and so there's not any lag. Now, if you're playing a game that's really, really time sensitive, like an FPS, you will have, you know, a drop frame could be a problem. Whereas in this one, I'm counting right now. Let me check, since we're safe in the station. Okay, right now my status monitor indicates that we are at a 4.4% CPU usage. We're currently using only about 464 megabytes of RAM, and we're still maintaining 60 FPS with a latency of 3 seconds. So the time to render a frame is at 3 milliseconds. So that means you hear me 3 seconds after I speak, or less, and I'm receiving your stuff, because I have Twitch open on this. I have the actual Twitch chat, so it's instantaneous. So I see your chats instantly, but I respond to them within a few seconds, because that's when you're hearing what I'm saying. But that's pretty common. Usually it can be up to 5 seconds, depending on latency. So I've got the frames skipped due to rendering here. Let me take a look. All right, frames missed due to rendering lag, about 5,000. And you're like, oh my god, 5,000 frames. Yeah, but think about that. This is over the course of several hours. And yes, welcome. First time chat. Happy to have you here. So the frames missed due to rendering on the rendering lag is 5,000 currently for the entire stream. So that's less than 1%. And the frames due to network output is 4,000, which means that most of those are probably network-related frame drops. So, yeah, the idea here was to put as much stuff as possible onto one monitor so that I don't have to look around like this. Because one thing that happens with a lot of VTubers, especially VTubers using webcam, and some using the older iPhones, is that they'll lose tracking if they turn their head too far. So you want to have it up in front of you, but then of course, not a lot of people have like huge desk spaces with like tons of monitors, and so they have to have a really compact operation. But if you want to do something like this on OBS, where everything is in overlays, like you see on the screen. Okay, this guy's going to show how to kill your first Thargoid, so that's cool. On the Space TV!
The D2 merch store is open. There are t-shirts, sweaters, hoodies, mugs, and tote bags with many cool designs. Head down to the link in the description.
Shameless plug, I guess.
Today.
Get your merchandise today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I got a message.
Welcome back to Elite Dangerous with Down to Earth Astronomy.
Let's see.
Today we're going to kill some Thargoids. I'm going to show you how you take down a Thargoid step by step. Now, before we start, I should say I'm by no means an expert Thargoid killer, as my flying will most likely show here in a minute. But I have soloed quite a few, and I feel like I know enough by now that I can get you started as well, so you can fairly easily and take down your first Thargoid. We're not going to be talking about ship builds. I already have a video showcasing the build that I'll be using today. It'll be in the more
there we go. Okay, so this guy's talking about building ships for killing Thargoids. Hey, Color. Boy, it's been a long time.
Now, I usually stay here in Astro.
We are watching this guy talk about Elite Dangerous while I make trading runs in Elite Dangerous. It's a little bit of Elite Dangerous-ception right now.
So I feel like this is a good place.
But I'm kind of not going to do that no more. I want to switch over to Synth Pop because I want to listen to Synth Pop, so let's go. Perfect. I'm going to have to turn it down because it's about to get loud. There we go. I am the Switch Cat. Accept no substitutes. The one and only. And I'm ready to trade, become wealthy. Let's proceed with that. So anyway, we found a place where I can mine silver. And I will hydrate after I sell because I keep getting distracted. Okay, so commodities market. We're gonna sell off the silver that we just bought. Yes, sell, go. And also, I've only got a few runs left, but I'm done. I'm outie. Where is it? Where is it? It's got to be here somewhere. There it is. Where's my silver? There we go. Sell. That's another 8 Shaojin. Wow. That's a long stint of following. Welcome back. Glad to see you. Obviously, it's my fault though because I don't ever stream. So it's not anybody. If anybody hasn't seen me in a while, it's not you. It's me. All right. So we've currently got. Let me check my number thing. Another thing, by the way, these numbers in the older version of OBS, you can just type them in. Like I can actually select this like a Word document and type them in. And that was, I think, updated out, which is kind of bogus in my opinion. Okay, we're at 125 M's of 150, and we're about to embark on our 12th run. Our 12th run. So we've been following for 9 months, 29 days of 16 hours. That's amazing. That's a full gestation right there. Prepare yourself for disembarkation. Anyway, we can chat while we run on the empty leg of the run, because I can't get interdicted. I don't have to concentrate at all. The interdiction is only a little because it's so wonky. It only requires a little bit of interest. So, meanwhile, we're going to activate our navigation computer and get ready on our way. Going to Wolf 1241. Who wouldn't want to live in a star system called Wolf 1241? That's where I met my wife. Here we go. And out the mail slot, and we are heading out into interstellar space. It's going to take a minute before they release me from the gravity. Okay, almost out. Yeah, I'm responding to messages momentarily because Switch cat busy. All right, back to the important business of creating silver in a virtual economy. Hey man, you go get some eat and food and become one with it and grow and metabolize. Oh yeah, you know, I was thinking of doing like a fuel rats thing when I get because when I get the Anaconda, that's basically like, oh, you just won the game, you know. I was thinking of using the Python for fuel rats runs, but it's jump distance is so crappy without engineering, and I'm really not prepared to go for that. I'm just probably going to focus on outfitting the Anaconda for everything and make it like my universal soldier. But yeah, I intend to be spending my time doing VTuber support stuff, and then any time that I have, I usually AFK this. The other thing that I was thinking of getting is a Defender Type 10, and then setting it up for AFK Pirate. Pirate killing. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's seen that on YouTube, but like apparently you can. The thing's got such high armor that you can set it to where it'll just sit out in space and kill pirates that attack it. So you put something valuable in your cargo and then just put all your guns on turrets and it just lays waste to everything. Alright, well you have a good time doing your thing. But don't worry, this isn't really a stream, so it's like nothing is missed. I'm basically just testing all this new overlay stuff to make sure it won't crash. Well, have a good time. Super Cruise Assist to Thomas. We are on our way. I like to look at the, you know, when I'm by myself, when I'm not streaming this. This is actually the first time that I've tried to stream doing something, you know, as mundane as trade. But normally I'll watch the YouTube and the overlay. And it is pretty interesting listening to like documentaries and looking at, another thing that I like to look at is like ARGs. There are so many of these augmented reality games that take place out there, and some of them are really deep rabbit holes. And that can be pretty fascinating. Another thing that's interesting to watch is documentaries about people's weird conspiracy theories where they're like, it's aliens, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. And I'm like, cool. That's cool. believe that. Why not? Aliens. I'll go with that. I thought that was pretty neat. People were like, the pyramids! It's impossible technologically for them to cut the rocks. And it's like literally, you go to National Geographic and there's like a dude demonstrating how they cut the rocks. Like, it's like, you don't watch a lot of TV, do you there, science monkey? Impossible! But you know, it makes for very entertaining conversations. I mean, sometimes people are like, you don't believe in that? I'm like, well, it's not that I don't. I actually hope that that's true. People are like, what do you mean? I was like, wouldn't that be interesting? Well, that'd be great. But at the same time, I'm kind of stuck with maybe a little bit more mundane worldview. We're like, the redwoods in California, they were planted by aliens. That's why they're so big. And it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's because that's just how big that species gets. I love it. It never gets old. Ah. Synthwave is definitely a vibe. I'm sitting here thinking, like, in the moments where I just sort of sit here quietly and stare out into space, literally, I'm like, I feel myself drifting back into, like, the 90s. We had arcades, and we were doing the... What was that? There was one game that I used to play a lot. I think it was called Area 51, and it had, like, the big pistols in the arcade cabinet, and you would shoot the aliens that would pop up, but it was like a 32-bit game. It wasn't true 3D. Those are good times. That's real video games right there. Like this, Elite Dangerous is definitely a game, but it doesn't feel like video gamey like the old 60 or 32-bit era. I enjoyed the light gun games. I remember one of my favorite things to do, and I still do that here where they have arcades, is have a gun in either hand, like pay $2 or whatever it is to use both. I'll play House of the Dead that way. That's good fun. With more of the coin shelf. Got it. I remember back, I used to play them all, man. I know back in the U.S. at least during that time, there was all kinds of interesting things for kids to do. I know there's still Chuck E. Cheese's, because people still talk about it, so I know that's still a thing. I can remember going there and just running wild. Good times. Here I am currently acting as a space trucker, carrying my cargo from point A to point B. It's an honest living. Turn around every 12 runs, I turn around about 129 million. This guy's scanning me while I'm parking. Scan this. Into the mail slot. This is a metal processing space station. Those that were here for previous runs obviously can get that from, all the rust-coloredness. An interesting thing is the space stations in this game have like these... The environments oftentimes reflect what their big thing is. This one is an industrial/military, which I guess means that they produce more metal than they need, and so they sell it off. But that's where traders like myself come in. We're going to buy silver. No, we're not going to buy that. Perfect. Why aren't we buying? There we go. We're at maximum capacity. Okay, this is the pucker side of the run where we gotta like worry about getting interdicted. That's okay. We've done this 1,000,465,350 billion trillion times. Right, chat? That's right. Go team. And we're loaded, and we're marked and locked in, and we're moving. I'm tired. We've got to get this done. I want to get the Anaconda bought and tested while we're on here, because it just seems like a good way to finish the stream. Even though we've tested everything, we're so close. There's no reason to stop. I really only needed to test it for a couple of hours in various situations, like with Discord and stuff running. That's done. Now it's just a matter of getting that gigantic space vessel and becoming the captain of outer space. The space! Meanwhile, I'm wondering if there's another kind of music I want to listen to. I'm thinking about it. Auto launch complete. Preparing the jump into hazardous enemy territory. How are we still mass locked with everything? Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why, even though we're, I think I can get it for about 120 million. I'm going all the way up to 150, so that when I exchange this fully upgraded Python, I'll probably have quite a bit of money left for the basic upgrades, because really the only thing that I need in order to keep this mining or keep this trading operation up is the really fast hyperdrive, or a really fast frameshift drive, and once that's said and done, then we're good.
Frameshift drive charging.
So far so good in terms of interdiction. It looks like I didn't get scanned leaving that station, so that's good. Zoom. We on the way to Sapphire Colony. Let's go. And we got Ray Gateway logged in for Super Cruise. Time to get on it. And go. Perfection. So now I guess it's just 500 light seconds between us and another 8 mil. Spring tags! That was quick. I guess, you know, those are okay. The vibe abides. Besides being a space trucker, there ain't a whole lot you can do except sit here and stare out into space. Literally. I mean, the ship basically does everything now. I'm wondering if they're going to ever update it so that there's like a really expensive, real, like true autopilot. Because one thing that would be very convenient for these trips is a Navicomputer that would do multiple jumps. So that's all we would really need. Like, I don't even need like the landing part, like Super Cruise part. But just if they could, when the ship drops out, the ship turns toward the next destination and jumps again. That would be super great. And then if they wanted to keep the game balanced, maybe they just make it to where it has a really high power requirement or something. So, you know, you wouldn't be able to have all the best stuff on your ship if you use it. You know, something to balance it out. But I do think it would be cool to have that as an option for cargo ships. Yeah, I mean, normally when I say something, I don't really expect that it would happen. But I do think, having played this for a little while, that one thing that would be very convenient is a way for the ship to just pick up to jump on the next hop. Like, it would still have to jump out, then have to cool down and jump back. That's fine. But if it could do that by itself, it makes some of the trading runs a lot easier. But we're just about to wrap up run 12. It's going to put us over 130. So we're getting close to that 150. Thank you. This actually reminds me of that that TV show, The Expanse. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. It was like an Amazon original. It was based on the book series. Spacecraft, like the what's it called? The Rocinante. Looks a little bit like one of these vessels in this game. Oh, we've got a potential pirate attack, but if that's the case, I think the space popos will light them up. Yeah, that show's actually pretty neat. I think they finished it 6 seasons now. I always feel like the ends of those are really abrupt, but. I mean, the first part's a bit of course, where there's a lot more science-y space battles and things like that. And then it gets a little strange, but not like in a bad way. It just changes, it kind of changes tone. As they do. Hey, good. So, let's see what we get for the next run. There it is. All right, we just turned 720,000 into 8.6 million or 8.8 million. Sell. So that currently brings us up to, re-editing these numbers, we're going from 129 million to 137. Nice. That would be the start of run 13. Actually, do you, Hacker, if you play, have you ever gotten into VR chat? I can send you to a world where you can watch the entire thing in VR chat. I have to do that too. Even though I am a Prime member, I can't watch it because my region, it's region locked. So I just get into VR chat and watch it there. There we go. If I do pause, I'm still getting messages. Like, since I don't take streaming particularly seriously, I keep all my stuff running. So people are like, "Hey, what about this?" Type. Easy. Okay, so nothing going out of this station. We've got number 13 set up. No. And we launch and we location. But yeah, this trading route, I'm just trying to exploit it before it goes away, because, you know, they change over time. And if you're talking about, like, you can basically turn around almost 10 million per trip on a ship that's carrying less than 200 units. That's kind of sideways. That's almost as profitable as core mining, which takes way longer. Alright. Auto launch complete. Oh yeah, you know, I think that reading your message now, I think I read that before too. That like there were some trading routes that were, they became really easy to exploit because people built databases and stuff for them. Then they had to make it to where they were either changing very fast or there was less to be made from them. And that's part of why I think those new like the wing quests and stuff came in to compensate for it. Yes, exactly. This one is technically outside the range of a single jump for most ships. And as you can see, even with the fully upgraded, like this is all Class A on this Python. Even with Class A, I would have had to get special engineering for it to be able to jump far enough to do this in 1. But doing it in 2 is definitely not bad. It just increases your chances of being interdicted. But as long as I don't get hit by a dangerous or elite class pirate who is able to interdict me with the snap of a finger, I'm able to get out from it pretty quick. I don't have the thrusters and stuff upgraded on this as much because they increase the weight. So it's pretty much just, it's basically just cargo holds attached to a rocket. I've been looking at that. I haven't tried to really get into it yet because I haven't got the ship that I want to focus on. But I'll probably be doing heavy engineering on the Anaconda, and I may save this ship. I may reserve the Python, so I'll have both. Because if it turns out that the Anaconda is, hard to take care of, at least I'll have this other really nice ship to continue to farm until I've got it fully outfitted. And then, yeah, engineering will be my next task. Because the game's kind of open-ended. There's not a whole lot of purpose behind any of the stuff that we're doing other than making the ship is the best that it can be, the most satisfying that it can be to fly. And that kind of thing, you know. Listen, I know what I'm going to do. I just had an idea about the music selection since I'm unlikely to be interdicted with an empty hold. I usually do save the change-ups until I'm in like the docking clamps, but I have the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. Let's see if I can find that. This song just reminded me of that. Searching up on the old space YouTube, oh yeah. I might listen to this for a little while. After space ads. Alright. I like how this one sounds. Like this whole album is really good. Or this whole cover. It's all piano covers of Chrono Trigger. Easter very nice. We are people of culture here. I'm almost tempted to change the game title so that like we do attract Elite Dangerous guys in here, and then they're just like, "What did you do to your ship? Why does it have those things? How'd you get that screen?" There we go. And drop it. There we go. Get landed. Get your ass landed. I remember Privateer. Yeah. Some of my old usernames were based on that. I think most people compare this one to EVE Online. It's almost like a first-person EVE Online. Because it's very, like... What do you call it? It's very strict. With the science and stuff like that. Like, if you mess up, you're just done. There we go. These guys always scan. They like float outside the station and scan you. And if you get scanned on the way out, then they're like, then you're definitely going to get interdicted. If you can avoid a scan on the way out, usually you can avoid getting interdicted. That's one thing I've learned on this particular series of runs. So we're on run 13. I think run 13 is going to push us into the mid 140s. So I'd say we're about 2 runs away. Maybe 3. 2 for the minimum, yeah. Give me that gaggle lines. Yeah, the EVE Online space battles were like, I mean, they were in the news. Like, people, I think one person lost like 10 grand or something like that because there was a raid or something that destroyed all his stuff. But you know, the funny thing is my No Man's Sky stuff on my main playthrough is kind of like that. I actually built a formula-driven spreadsheet that would tell me exactly how much power my bases would need so that I would know how many materials to bring with me for like solar panels and batteries and stuff like that. And then I eventually just stopped making bases altogether because my mines were so efficient that I only needed a few of them. And then once I eventually got to the Blue Star systems where they had activated indium deposits, I was able to just mine activated indium, and then I just bought everything. Because it's so much more, it's worth so much more than everything else. All right. And we go. Seeing potentially hostile contacts out there. But no worries. Yeah, the No Man's Sky stuff, I've finished, kind of. Yeah, see, I just got scanned. So I'll probably get interdicted on this run. But the first playthrough, I had a lot. of cool stuff, and that became my main. And then after that,
Frameshift drive charging.
after that, I did a permadeath, which was also my first survival run. And I managed to get to the center of Galaxy on the permadeath, and I got those 2 achievements for that. And so I just kind of went back to my main save. Nowadays, I just do the expeditions. And then I found a way with my friend, if he does an expedition save and I get all the loot from the expedition, I can actually transfer that to my main save. Because he'll get into the expedition also. And even if he doesn't play it, I'll trade him all my stuff. And so the stuff that he can use it. But then the stuff that he just stores it. And then when his save game becomes a normal save, then we just trade it back. I did that with some of the freighter upgrades on the recent Polestar expedition, because there were some actual very rare freighter upgrades, and instead of installing them on my Polestar freighter, I traded them to my friend, and then when his game became normal mode again, he just traded them back, and he traded them back onto my main save. So my main save has the fully upgraded freighter. I was able to get like the fully upgraded S-Class, like Star Destroyer style freighter. I'm pretty happy about that. There we go. Now let's get out of here. The music is a surprisingly good match for this environment. Silence. I'm gonna fall asleep. I keep checking messages. I think people are waking up. It is that time of day in the States, I guess. Anybody that's still able to hear, I'm assuming you guys are over on the more on the Western Hemisphere, so it's gotta be like morning-ish. But here, over on my side, it's only technically morning. It's 1 a.m. It is still there. I mean, normally I've been changing the channels a lot. I listen to... Oh, well, that explains you being up. Dredge. I've been listening to metal. I was listening to classic rock earlier. Been listening to cyberpunk for a long time. And then I started listening to game music. I'm thinking about shifting back over to either classic rock, or I might do chiptunes, because I like chiptunes. Some people find chiptunes awful, but I think that it's more a matter of the individual song. Because some is just unlistenable. But then other parts of it gives you that energy. The energy of chiptune is unmatched by other tunes. So it is written. Oh my god, we made it all the way with no interdictions. The game is just handing me W's. Here you go, W. And you get a W. And you get a W. And there we go. Request for docking. Sit down on landing pad 1-5. Okay, well that's going on. I'm gonna change music. Let's get some of them chap towns going, because there's actually a really good one. Believe it or not, ZFox Music is a fan of Huewa, who's also a VTuber, and I met ZFox on that team. And she makes a lot of good music. Let's see if I can find some. On the space YouTubes. This will work. Best of chiptune from 2020. It's a little old. Oldie but a goodie. After the space ads, I guess. Oh, what game is this? Oh, it's Ares. Okay, there we go. Maybe we'll listen to Moe Shop. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a certain type of sound. There's still a big community of people that like modify their Game Boys for the sound chip to make it to where they can make these live. Hard to say. But I mean, we also have the side effect not only of the music, but the thing on the screen is adequately distracting. People be like, "Are you watching space TV?" Oh, okay, all right. Gives you an idea that there's something happening up there, because normally it's just empty space. Let's sell and get rich. I'm making it collective. We're collectively getting rich. That's 8.6. Let's adjust those beautiful numbers. Show that beautiful bean footage. I don't know if you guys can hear it. We've got rain happening like OMG. 46. And moving to 14. Man, we're just scraping the bottom of that 150. We're going to be well over it on the next run, and the stream will be over. And we'll be free. No, not quite. Because we want to see what the damage will be. We buy the Anaconda and find out that it's actually worse than the ship I'm in because everything's all, weak. Emotional damage. We're going to be able to do it. I've got to where the entire thing is covered. So I can keep the Python as is. If I need to make one more run for the outfitting, I'm going to do that. Here we go. Let's get ready to rumble. Course marked and locked in. Ready for the dog leg. I don't know. Hey, is anybody familiar with Electro Swing? Anybody like Electro Swing? That's a cool one. That's an interesting genre. Electro Swing is like big band's music or swing music, like 1920s music, but it's been redone as electronica. So it maintains the old beats and the old pacing. It's really something. We'll listen to this for a bit, but then when we get to the other leg of the run, I'll change the channel. On to Space Radio. I was calling everything Space Everything because of the stream. I swear, I'm going to get off stream. I'm going to be calling everything Space Everything. Wait and see. I'm going to be like, hey, family members, I'm going to go drop a space chud in the space commode because space. And they're going to be like, what are you talking about? I get that a lot. Here we go. Until next time, thank you very much. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why. I've like created a habit. I created a habit over the course of a stream. It's going to take me a long time to shake it. Space! And we're on our way to Thomas. Super Cruise. Don't need that regular cruise, no sir. Super cruise. Come on, let's line it up, line it up. And we good. I think so. Similar to Chiptune, I think that Electro Swing's also hit or miss because you can get some that are kind of lame, but most of it's really good. It's very peppy. So we'll change the channel once we reach Thomas, and it's. I mean, we're on the far side of the sun here, so that's a long trip. We got this leg is like 2,000 light seconds, so that's a couple of minutes of the best of Chiptune and the company of good friends having a space talk on the space stream in space chat. I swear. That that could happen though. Like, talk about things happening in the future with like ironically, and they usually ends up being that way. Anybody seen the movie Idiocracy? They'll know what I'm talking about. Or, and if you haven't seen Idiocracy, if you've seen what's that one? It wasn't Judge Dredd. It was the other Stallone movie where he goes to the future and it's got like the murder death kill, and everybody's all weak and stupid. And they're like, well, dude, what's your problem? Like, why are you like this? And it's because society's become so soft that they're just not capable of doing anything. So when Wesley Snipes gets released into the future, it's just like taking candy from a baby. They had to unfreeze Sylvester Stallone to catch him because he was just too evil for the modern day police to deal with. They're like, we're not trained for this kind of violence. Inconceivable. You're no match for my brain. Space yawn. Actually, I've got a couple of hydrates that I can jump in on. Since it's unlikely that I'll be interdicted. No! What is this? Conqueror's Blade. More space ads. Now seems as good a time as any to deliver on those. Whatever it was that I was going to do. Hydrate. Hologram disabled. So that I might imbibe the space soda. What is this game? Some kind of gladiator game. It's on Steam powered. Kind of a good soundtrack. And we're back. I'm not skipping this ad. It's actually not bad. Conqueror's Blade, huh? I'm going to give that one a look. Anyway. Oh, I like this one. This particular track I remember because it's based off of Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 3 music. We're dropping out of Super Cruise. Take a landing at Thomas and get our silver and get the heck out of here. Warp to station, Commander. You might be a boomer if you recognize any of this music. We are so close to this, man. I am so tired. I've been enjoying the grind, as you do, but I'm also ready to finish and go to bed. I haven't slept in... Actually, I don't think I've slept since Savvy's last stream. sometimes it's hard. Like, sometimes you lay down and nothing happens. I tell people that having a sleep difficulty, like, I wouldn't say that I've got full-blown insomnia because I can sleep. Just sometimes I don't. I'm not sure why. But it's like having to go to the bathroom or having to sneeze or something and it, like, won't. And you're like, dude, just go. Can we go, please? Like, why? Why are you like this? And then it just doesn't. You just don't fall asleep. Whatever. So I become a space trucker and I move stuff my off time. What do you do when you can't sleep, Switch Cat? Carry silver over 20 light years of interstellar space. Make a big old bunch of money there. It's like you can see in my title, like, real job and real money. No. Fake job, fake money. Yes. All day. Right. Let's buy some silver. Gotta load up your cargo hold with 192 units of silver, as you do. Throw it in the back and then move on. Not trying to impress anybody. Not trying to change the world over here. Not trying to be a hero. Just trying to make my money. Get out. Easy. Alright. We are looking at what could very well be our last run for the evening, provided that the ship that I buy isn't an actual gigantic space potato without upgrades. Some of these ships are really good because of their potential, but they don't come with any good units or any good modules, and they're like worse than the lower class vessel. We'll see if that's the case. I know the initial outfitting isn't very good. And then for this one, we're going to do some Electro Swing. Let's try this. After the ad, of course. Ad, go. Let's try this one. It's definitely been an eclectic mix of soundtracks today. We're in interstellar space in the year 3370, listening to swing music from the 1920s. It's been remixed with electronica from the 1990s. What a world. I'm cool with it though. We got the FSD cooldown happening, and we are jump. We are getting past the star now, and we are about to drop Diag, and then we are dropping that load. Bam! But yeah, once I get that new thing there, that's going to be operating like an interstellar Corvette. We're going to be ready to do some serious damage, man. Be able to put pirates in their place and finish on their face. Here we are. Yeah, the Federal Corvette's the next one on my list, but I don't have high enough rank. But I intend to get it. Anaconda's going to be my key. So we're going to get through this without being interdicted. Ah, yeah, the Empire isn't the Empire's one the best one in the game? The what is it? Is it called the Corvette? I know the Federal one is. The Imperial one, the like shiny one is really cool. I think that the reviewers were saying that that's like the best ship you can get. It's the best money can buy. Yeah, the Clipper is also one that's rated really high for like mining operations and stuff, apparently because of its combination of jump distance. Is it the Cutter? The Cutter's the bigger one. But I know that the one with the bigger one has the really high cargo and jump distance, which makes it apparently like super broken for trading. But to be honest, when I found this particular trading route, which I don't know how long it'll last, but when I found it, I was actually tempted to trade the Python for like one of those really big Lakon haulers, because I wanted to get like 240 per trip. But then I realized that because I have to make multiple jumps, there's just no way. I'd be getting interdicted in both directions. I was like, nah, I'm just gonna stick with the Python, because at least it can defend itself. About 20,000 out. So close to being done. Almost got him. All right. I like easy mode. Let's go. Right on. Get 7.5 and dock, and we're done. Ready for arrival on landing pad 33. Acknowledged. Space ads! About a space game! No, it's actually, I think this one is actually about vitamins. Yep, it's about vitamins. I don't know. 대한민국 최초 비타민 C. There we go. We are so close to this, man. It's all I'm thinking about right now. I'm on one track. It could be, or it could be to counteract space scurvy. Actually, I think space scurvy would probably be a thing, believe it or not, because of all the radiation shielding. Like, you would literally be getting no sun at all. There'd be no way, like, the vitamin D processing would be slowed way down. Calcium stuff would be messed up. You'd be needing that vitamin C. Alright, it's time to make those sales. Make those sales. I'm tired of flying like a snail. Time to win the game. Bow, 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 bow. All right, let's check and see where we're at now. We're at 155. There's no need for fanfare. It's all business. We knew this was coming. If we move out, we'll move the next one if we make another run. But right now we finished at 14. 14 trips. Not bad. Actually, I didn't start at 0. I will say that I started at 10 million. I haven't gone to any of that yet. I've literally just stayed outside the bubble. I'm in like deep space. But I'll mark it on my list. The one thing that I do like about this is because this is exploited by Lee Yong-ri, everything at this, including the modules, is 15% off. So that's kind of a big deal. That's that big deal energy. That's what D stands for, right? All right, we're going to get this one for 124. What do we got? 155. All right, let's see how this compares. Obviously, shields and armor are way higher, but you can see the range laden and unladen is awful. It's abysmal. And DR Guandry is more than 10 light years away from everybody else, which means that if I buy this and I can't afford modules, I literally can't go anywhere. Like, this can't leave the system. But there we go. We have a 64, 32, a 6E shield generator. Okay, so 6E, that would be... That's the same as the Python. So I can interchange them. Very nice. Okay, let's make that purchase. No buyer's remorse here. Beep bop boop out here. Yep, and then we're gonna keep the existing ship because we might need it to go get more money. Is that the Jamestown? I forget the name of that. Is that the Jamestown station? I know there's a station that has literally everything in it, and that you have to have elite status to be allowed in. You have to have elite status in one trade. But yeah, that's definitely where I'm going to go. I actually checked that on the galaxy map, and it's interesting. If you look at the planetary structure of that system in the map, there are so many carriers there. It's just nothing but carriers because everybody wants their base there. And I'm like, I wonder about in the future if there ever needs to be a thing for that. Like if there are so many ships just parked in an area, if there's going to be some agency that's like, hey, this is causing a problem. Because I can't use Super Cruise without filters on because it sees all those carriers and it's just on and on and on carriers. Oh yeah, just millions of them, and they're just everywhere. So you see them as contact points throughout the system, and it's like, I've been filtering them out. Alright, but without further ado, it's time to lose all the money we just earned on a big new boat. I love the fact that we got the sea shanty started playing when I bought this ship. Nice. Welcome. It's literally what we're doing. We're literally sea shanty right now. All right, we've got 4 pips on all systems. We're gonna boost the pips to the engines. And where's Mousy? Here we go. Let's take a look. I think it is, but Brushfire was saying that the PS4 doesn't get the latest update. So the game is fully playable and has all the stuff, but apparently like there's been content added that doesn't work on the PS4. Geez, look at this thing. I mean, this definitely does look like a real boat, you know, out there in space boat. So the Python was cute, like a baby version of this. So it's got the same kind of vibe. Let's take a look and see what we can do for. Yeah, well, I can definitely recommend the ROG Strix. You can get one of the older ones, which is what I'm using, and it's running all this and more. It's running all this, plus all the music, plus VR chat, plus my model, plus a bunch of other apps simultaneously on multiple monitors. It's quite the lappy-toppy. So what we want to do is see if we can get that FSD where it can make a longer jump, and we should be good. Wow, it's got an 8E power distributor. That is good. Oh, it does have cross save. That's a good confirmation. So there's so much of the game that doesn't even have anything to do with the modern stuff. If you're eager to mess with it, you can. If you've got cross save, there's no reason not to. Oh, also, all of the save games and stuff are all kind of they're online anyway, so I guess that makes sense. Like, you don't have a save game, you have an account. So it's almost like an online game. Power plant, thrusters, frameshift driver. Yeah, because I mean, for example, if it turns out to be one of those games that you're interested in, but it's like a passing fancy, then you can get it all out of your system without a heavy investment. Also, it's multiplayer, so it's possible we could cross paths. That would be interesting. The galaxy is the same for everybody, even in solo mode. It's just in solo mode you don't see anybody, but the changes that the world makes are still there. Alright, so that's the frameshift drive for that. And we did 6A. 13 grand. I have 30 grand, which was what I expected. And that puts us at 20 light years average. That makes it a one jump. Hold on. Nice. I can afford it, and I don't care. So we're going to exchange that, and I'm going to get 169,000 for my 6E or 6F. Exchange without hesitation. As long as I've got enough for my insurance, I'm not worried. Plus, I still have the Python. What is this game? The world no longer needs the old order. Wow. I think this is Arkland. Anyway, all my stuff is in Korean because that's where I am. So, no worries if you can't understand what's being said. All right, so we've got the new thing. Let's take a look at our cores. Yeah, this is a ton to do. What does Pharos mean to you? This looks very Genshin-like. Anyway, skip ads. Back to the Electro Swing because I need to feel it. Alright, so the core internal is done. The optional internal is where we're going to put in some cargo bays. This is a 6-bay rack that is not doing its job. I got a 4A cargo rack that isn't doing jack diddly squat. So we're going to swap. Look at all the 5s. Look at all the 5s, man. It's a big boy. I'm not going to do all this on stream because it's just going to be too much menuing. But what I do want to do is I want to switch the 6 for the 5 for a 5. And then buy a 7, and then buy a proper 6. A couple of proper 6s. And we should be good to go. We should have enough cargo space to immediately make that money back in one last run. Let's see. Transfer options. Swap. I'm going to drop that in the empty. 64, we're going to drop this in the 6 with the swap. I think we can do that here. This is a good remix of that song. I don't know why they put these in the 5s and the 4s, etc. It just... Alright. I think we should be good now. Okay, so if anybody sees anything different than what I'm seeing, but right now we've got an empty 7, an empty 6, an empty 5, 2 empty 5s. I'm not going to mess with the 4s right now. They just are not worth it. But putting 1 7, and I'm not used to talking this much. My voice is going out. Putting 1 7 in here should be enough to, in one trip, make back all the money that I spent on upgrades. Yeah, that's a 128 right there. attach. Because I can't spend all my money because I won't have enough money to buy the silver to fill the holes. A little bit of forward thinking is going to be necessary. But I do think that I'll be able to put another 64 in here, and we should be golden. No. There we go. And then we've got a ton of these. This is a military compartment that I can't touch. I'll put one more 32. So much cargo space. What? Imagine me, I was limited to under 200. Imagine how I feel right now. Just like, brah. Let's take it out. We're gonna make our final. I want to stop on a 14. So I think our last run was 13. So this final run will be 14, and we'll make a single trip. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I think we came in on 13. So this would be the 14th. So we'll roll out on the 14th. And see what we can see. I think we're good for engine power. We're good for that. Starport services. Everything's good. And launch. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the interior. Look at this business. This is pretty neat. I've got crew compartments. So over here we got crew. Over here we got the other crew seat. This is actually kind of how I have my keyboard right now, believe it or not. Nice. Get out of here. Alright, so now that the ship is able to jump 20, I think we can go to Wolf in one jump. That's a big deal. It's completely change the game. Because if I can do that in one jump, it's not going to require that stop. So you can see that one part of the leg there where it stops. No longer necessary. Come on, mouse over. Yeah, see? One shot. Perfection. Are we launching? I think the launching takes longer for the bigger ships because we have to like... Oh, poop. You know what we need to do? I'll tell you what we need to do. I needed to get that, that whatchamacallit. I'm used to having the auto dock. I didn't install the auto dock, so we're going to be doing this manual. One of the bigger ships in the game. I'm so out of practice. I haven't done a manual landing since the Sidewinder, and this ship is like 1 billion times that size. But I've got 3 minutes to get out of here, so might as well get on it. Shouldn't be too bad. Look at all the ships. Yeah, I mean, at least it's not so big that it's like not going to fit out the mail slot. I think the like type, what is it, the type 7 or type 9 is like so huge that it doesn't fit. It's got to go out the center. I think we've got this. My only concern with any of these ships is hitting the wrong, or not hitting the walls, which we just did, but hitting the hitting other ships. Yeah, see? Always happens. Probably got a fine. Yep, there's my 200 credit fine for hitting the wall. Nice. Anyway, we'll be paying for that and then some. Yeah, the Type 10 is the one that I was talking about. It's like way big, like enormous. I don't think I don't have a problem so much landing as I do with taking off, because it's that last part where you leave and the station is like rotating. That's the, for me, that's the only big problem, is that because it like pinches your ship. Okay. So we should be ready to get out of, as soon as we get out of mass lock, then we should be good to go. But yeah, I haven't messed with any manual landings since, what do you call it? Yeah, the Sidewinder. Because once I got the docking computer, I was like, forget about it. Yeah, the Beluga's a big one. Alright, let's try a jump. There we go. That's why we're not moving a bit faster. Derp.
You have cleared the no-fire zone.
Thank you. Alright, let's do it. Yep, we can make the wolf jump. We can make the wolf jump in one jump, so we just have to see if we can make the jump back fully loaded. If not, no big deal. But I'll definitely be buying the docking computer because I like that convenience. So you'll be able to see me get myself killed trying to land inside that space station with a gigantic spacecraft. This is a pretty cool view though, with the nose of the ship sticking out like that. It definitely gives you an idea of its size. Are we still on ads? Jeez. There we go. Hopefully I remember, but assuming I don't, I'm going to need to try to get that docking computer set up before I head back because, like I said, I don't want to put that massive cargo at risk. I have enough to pay my insurance, so I'm not really worried about a, crash. But I would be concerned about losing however many millions of money's worth of cargo this is. Because I think this will put us over the top. If you think about it, one of the cargo holds in the ship is almost the size of what we were carrying before. So that would mean that would be 8, plus potentially an additional 8, so 16 or more million in profit per trip, and the trips are shorter. That's going to be fun. But that'll be offline. I'm done with Strim. 5.5 hours ain't bad. Obviously, I've become used to being online for huge amounts more time. But I don't stream, so... I don't know if I'm still feeling the electro swing. I keep changing genres. Let's see. We can do lo-fi video game beats. I like lo-fi video game beats. I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna do it. After these space ads. Space ads! Go. Interesting. I'm seeing a lot of marks on this playlist, so I'm willing to bet there must be like 1 billion ads. And if there is, we change. Not that ads really matter. They're not my ads. They're not ads on my channel. I'm one of the proud members of the no ads, no, ever crew. Because in reality, I mean, unless you're seriously focused and you've got like lots of people watching, there's not going to be enough revenue turned around to be worth the inconvenience that it causes to your community. In my opinion. That's just me though. Some people are like, no, ads, I need that $100. I need that $100. Give me them ads. I'm like, dude, $100, come on. It ain't worth it. People are gonna get like 16 ads in a row, they're just not gonna come back. You are good. You are good at Strim. There's not any need for it. Like I said, if you want to have one or two when you're like really big and you're doing it full time, that's a fair trade. But if you're just doing it as a hobby and you're trying to grow and you're trying to build up a community, there's no point. Nobody wins but Twitch. It's better to just let it ride. And they try to make it enticing and all that kind of stuff, but that's kind of a trick. Because speaking about it mathematically, unless you've got hundreds of people watching, those ads aren't worth anything. All it is an inconvenience. All right. Fortunately, this station's got me listed as an ally, so they're going to be less angry if operative phrase, when I wreck into the walls and ruin lives. Let's get more thrust. I'm trying to remember what game this is, that song's from. Oh, it's Sonic. Duh. That's Green Hill Zone. Just not used to the Sonic movement music being so slow. Just need to find the mail slot on this B and then we can be done. Where's the mail slot? You gotta be kidding me with this. Why wouldn't I appear in front of the part where I'm able to go in? It's okay. We got this. We got this. Probably. Maybe not. Oh, it's somewhere. It's got to be on the bottom. Thing is the reason why I'm not automatically asking for docking permission yet is because they give you a time limit. So if I've got a big slow ship that I'm trying to position, not even knowing where the mail slot is, I don't want to give myself a time limit on top of that, because they'll like jump on me and I'll get fined again. And I don't want to do that. Speeding and I'll get in trouble, but whatever. Oh, hello, ceiling. Gonna drive. My brain is turned off. I can't think. I just need to get in there. Scan me all you want. I ain't got nothing. That is definitely the slot. Yep, there it is. Okay. We kind of almost have a sort of an idea of what to do. A little. This is my first time piloting a ship of this size, and probably only the 5th or 6th time landing manually. Also the first time with a ship of this size. So that's great. It's a world of firsts today. On Tiny Toon Adventures. Okay. Let's get within 7.5. Make our request. then I'm definitely buying that docking computer, because forget this. Wonder why people would do without them. It's like a personal challenge or something? Can't imagine. I do kind of dig watching my thrusters go off, though. I don't think they were visible on my other ship. Alright, we are at 7.5. Yeah. Let's do this. It's time to dock. I guess. I'm gonna be setting course for landing pad 39. So get aligned with your biz over there. Here we go. Keep it aligned with the green side there. I'm not seeing any other ships or contacts, so far so good. Oh wait, we do have one there. Hold on. What is that? That looks like a Type 6. That's another big one. Look at that big bird. I am drifting. I wonder if this is easier with the controller. Like, I just wonder because it strikes me as being a little difficult. Maybe it's just the size of the ship. So far, so good. So far, so good.
Remove your vessel from the access zone or there will be consequences, Commander.
Man, they are merciless with that. Alright, now we're back. So where are we at? 39? Yeah, I mean the ship does not move very fast in thrust mode. I think we're okay. Also, I think when we get the thrusters upgrade, we'll probably be alright.
This facility offers a range of services. Check your information.
Man. Come on now. There we go. All right. Got it. Got it. Got it. And drop. And down. think we need to move it a little bit over to the side here. Good grief, man. That's a slow boat to move.
Contact confirmed. Deactivating docking.
Now I'm gonna probably need to, clear up all those fines. Yes. Anyway. Let's pay for all the damages now. I got a Cobra Wing fine. And then I've got a fine on the other end as well. Like, yes, very good. Very good. Clap, 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 clap. There's like this long silence where I'm like, whatever. Anyway, let's get all that silver bought. See what we can carry now. 247, yeah. I'll take it. Good. And then let's get the outfitting. We absolutely need that docking computer because that's a waste of my time. And then we'll go back and then we'll log the total amount that we made. Okay. Utility mounts, core internal, optional. There's got to be some loose 1s or 2s down here. Okay, see, cargo rack capacity 2. That one's got something in it, I think. So for now, we'll just put it here. I wonder why there was a two slot. That's silly. Advanced docking computer. Buying options. Absolutely buy. Hurry up. Okay, now we can dock. That's what I was noticing instead of auto launch. It should have occurred to me earlier when I was looking at the menu. I was like, something looked a little different. I don't know what it is. It's not the same. I don't know why. That's why. Okay, let's see what fueling this beast costs. Oh, it's not that much. It's not that much more. Interesting. I guess that means the Python's got a similar sort of engine situation. Auto launched. Get out of here. Automatically. I mean, why have the comfort and convenience of automatic things and not have them? People are like, but you could put that 2-slot better use, Switchcat. It's like, yeah, put this to use. I'm not doing that again. My machine gonna fly itself. I don't know about that convenience. I like how much better the computer flies than I do. See how close to the top you have to get. I'm actually surprised I didn't strike the inside of the mail slot on the way. I got in trouble for moving too slow. Yeah, exactly. Once you get that ship flying itself, it's like, why? I hope cars are like that. I can't wait to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna take a nap. Alright, now that we're out, let's plot a course back. And then I gotta go pay the fine at that station. Fortunately, I'll be paying the fine as a much wealthier cat, so I ain't too worried about it. Let's go. Now we're out of the mass lock, so we jump. Unfortunately, it looks like fully loaded, it still tries to do the 2-stop thing, so there's that. Hopefully we don't get interdicted. And frameshift is online.
Frameshift drive charging.
And we are back. Yeah, this one moves a lot slower than the other one, or it turns a lot slower than the other one. Something to keep in mind. We got high heat levels.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I think that's the Minecraft song now. Got it. And head to Ray Gateway and be done with this. Cast off the madness. Gonna be good. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some crew. This one, this one will actually support a fighter hangar, I believe. I want to get a ship that I can do the AFK pirate killing thing, but I think a Type 10 is what would probably be ideally suited. I need to find a station that sells them. But a Type 10, like armor tank, yeah, I think it'd be good to go. Almost there. Final trip of the evening. The space trucker with a much bigger space truck. Can you park that, put that down, pay that fine, get out that big about money? Hey, howdy. Don't ask me how I'd spell that. We have almost twice as much cargo now. Every run would be 2 runs. It would have been 155 M in 7 runs, which actually is very encouraging because I could probably use that as a way to get ready to buy new ships. Simply put. Oh, and we'll look up the AFK build once I arrive at Gateway and pay my fine. One of these days. I'm drifting. I can feel it. I can feel the sleep. I'm so happy right now. Soon, it'll be like, sleep, done. No going back from that. All right, here we go. We should be good to go, and hopefully that's all we need to do. Still have anonymous access on this one because I bumped into the wall on the way out. Oh yeah, I know the for me it's just a matter of being completely incapable of concentrating at this time, and then of course the ship handles way differently. But as far as the auto dock, I'm just gonna do that. I don't think unless I have some kind of extreme min-maxing thing that I'm trying to do. I can't imagine not sparing a slot for that for a ship this size. Like I can see not having it on a tiny ship like the Sidewinder where you have to strip everything off. but a vessel with this many optionals, I mean, I'm willing to sacrifice that 2 point. One of the things that kind of bugs me is after, I can't remember what the update was, but there's the planetary landing package became a requirement, and so it can't be removed. Which is funny because I've not made planetfall on any vessel. So I can't imagine that being something that I would miss. Oh, Yid, that right now, according to YouTube's policies, anything you put up there is there for good. So I don't think you got a problem. I've had some stuff on my YouTube channel for like many years. Let's see. Passengers Lounge, mission board. That's loading. There we go. No outstanding funds. Now we can trade and get refueled. Yeah, a lot of VTubers are using the YouTube as a storage space, and that may change eventually, but right now it's not. Right now it's still the same. Sell. Let's see what 247 gets us on the big market. Yeah, 11 million. Ha. Nice. So we're back up. We sold off. We bought, 150 million worth of stuff. We're back up to 26 already. So feeling pretty good about that. All right. Refuel. So those two hops was 246. Not much different than the other one. And then we can check for refit. Outfitting. Okay. Well, guys, I think we've more than tested this equipment. It seems to be working well. It looks good and sounds good. Chat is working, and the game is working with the highest possible settings. So I'm pretty satisfied. And I was also able to get me a big old bunch of money and a big new ship that I almost crashed but didn't. And we're good to go. So I think they're going to call it. We are now currently we'll do the final check. We're at 5 hours and 51 minutes. And we have maintained 5% on CPU usage. We've only dropped 7,000 frames out of over 1 million, which is less than 0.5%. And we are still currently streaming at 6,000 kbps. So that's pretty good. And I don't know when I'm going to stream again because I only stream for tests. But this was a good time. I appreciate everybody that stopped by to hang out because it definitely makes it more bearable to do the grind. And that's it. So I don't know how many are here. Probably not going to raid because that's a bit weird. But yeah, that's all. So thanks for hanging out, and we're going to shut her down. Do I still have an outro thing? I don't really. We'll use my BRB screen, and then I'll cut out from there. So you guys have a good one, and I'll see all of you in your own streams later on. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there. Bye-bye.